All right. So like I said, we're going to be starting the meeting. That's 5 minutes remaining. While we're still trying to wait for other persons to join. We're already live on YouTube. Um, so before we start the session fully, I'll just randomly go through everybody that is here, and I'll just ask you a random question on what do you expect in tonight's session. So I'm just going to call anybody's just as my spirit leads. Mm. So before we start, we'll just have a little chit chat. Anybody, or do you have anybody who just want to go first without saying anything? What do you expect from tonight's session? So we're going to be discussing how to position in 2025 as a UX designer. That's what we're going to be talking about tonight. So we're just trying to wait for others to join. I think we're over 30. But in 4 minutes, we're going to be starting. Anybody? 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 I'm sorry, I'm doing something. All right, anybody? Oluwatoni Olusanmi. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. So what do you
Please, can
expect?
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, okay. I hope that because I actually just started UI UX design. I already know the basics and all of that. So I hope that at the end of this session, I am able to know how to position myself better in 2025, what to do, what not to do. I hope that I'll be able to learn from the experiences of um the experts. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much. That's actually good enough. And we know that the experts that are here, they are going to do justice to that. I'm also going to learn myself. So we're all going to learn together. Joseph Winner. All right, let me turn on my camera. All right,
Um,
Joseph Winner. All right, you can go shoot.
GM everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Um, okay. It's actually cool to be here. I know everyone is enjoying their Christmas. So, basically, I'm a UI UX designer. I've gone through mentorship, and I'm hoping to learn more from this, and also to get more info about UX Drive. I've also seen some posts on LinkedIn, but I hope after this section I'm able to know more about UX Drive. Yeah.
All right, no problem, sir. You know more about your extra. Somebody said I finally. Oh my God, my face is everywhere on the internet. Um, who else again? Who else again? Thank you very much, Joseph. We do appreciate that, and you're going to know more about UX Drive. Who else again? Who wanna take the bull by the horn? Should I just randomly pick? Um, I know a lot of names here. I just want to go people I've not really interacted with. Feintola. Am I correct? Yes. Feintola, what is this? Feintola Oweye. Feintola Oweye, are you there? Feintola, are you there? Okay. Tessia Maka Cereal. Oh, okay. Feintola, you can go ahead.
Yes, I'm here to learn new things about UX design.
Here to learn new things about UX design. All right. I thought I called somebody something Amaka cereal. I think I did. Yes. Tessie Amaka cereal. If you're there, if you're there, okay. I think Tessie's not there. Fagbero, I think this Fagbero Temi Tokbe. Fagbero Temi Tokbe. If Fagbero Temi Tokbe is here, can we hear you? Okay. So why I just like to do this, most of the committee members, when we do session, I like to do this a lot just to know everybody's being carried along. Olagunju, you can go ahead. We're starting in 1 minute. We'll just go ahead, Olagunju.
Okay, hi everyone.
Has
My name is Olakuju. I think I've been following Bamidele for some time now on Instagram. Very funny guy.
Thank you, sir.
All right, sir. I look forward to connecting with like-minded professionals and exchanging ideas and building a strong community of designers. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So here we come. Good evening, everybody. My name is Olawale Bamidele. I know a couple of people know me. I'm the founder of UX Drive. It's a community where we help, we grow, we learn, we connect with UX designers. That's really our focus. So we learn, we grow, and we connect with each other. We've been existing for I think 2 years now, and we're actually rebranding this year, built up our platform, and did a couple of things, bootcamp, webinars, a lot of things basically, projects as a community. Like people who are in who are actually co-members of the community knows um, the kind of vision and the kind of vision we have and objective we have as a community is just to I just love to see designer grow, just basically that's what I do. And one of the things that we're planning to do coming into next year is to scale up in whatever we're doing and to see more and more designer become profitable designers. It's not just to be a designer but to become a profitable designer. I know a lot of people have different circumstances for coming into UX design. Like I was saying last week on Twitter Space, some people come into design because of the money, because they just see UX design as people are making money. Some people see UX design as they want to go into tech, but they want to choose the simplest routes. So people they are not interested in coding, they are not interested in programming, developing, and all that. They just feel that UX design is just the easiest route, and some people just like it. You understand? So whatever reason is actually elastic. You're already here, and so as a community, we just want to see each other grow, want to learn, want to connect, and want to network. And so tonight we're really going to be talking about how to position yourself in 2025 as a UX designer, and we've got season speakers, two season speakers. I know a lot of person before with even myself. I'm forced with Femi Richards. I hope everybody knows UX Foundry. If you don't know UX Foundry, yeah. If you know UX Foundry, yeah, just use thumbs up. Just use your emoji. If you know UX Foundry, I want to see this place buzzing with emojis. I want to see this. I remember the day I posted that we're going to be bringing Femi Foundry. I know a lot of people were just buzzing on the community group. So he has been somebody who have mentored a lot of designers. Like I've been following him for a while. When I mean a while, I mean a while. And so you should know that he's somebody that comes with adept knowledge. He knows what's up. And UX Foundry is doing something January. UX Foundry is doing something in January, which I want people to partake. I want you guys to partake because knowledge is actually very important. And when you want to scale up, especially in this industry, when you want to scale up to the next level, you need to be ready to pay the sacrifice. you need to be ready to pay the sacrifice. So, and whatever resources that you know from credible people or credible organization or credible sources or credible mentors, always make sure that you're part of it. That's one thing I used to enjoy, because I don't like gatekeeping. If Joe Brendan is doing something that I know is going to be profitable for people, I would just do it. And I know UX Foundry is doing something in January, and as if you can afford, or if you can be part of it, I just encourage that we did, because the more you grow in the industry and the more you're able to connect with mentors and the more you're able to update your skill or update your software proficiency, is what makes you, it can give you an edge and makes you stand out as a designer. And as we have it tonight, Femi Richard, I'm fond of saying Femi Foundry. That's what I used to say. Apologies, Femi. Well, Femi Richard is already here. Femi Richard is already here, and I know that for the next couple of minutes, not couple, we're going to be spending 2 hours in this session. So I want everybody to brace up for impact. Like when you're in the military time, we used to say it. I want us to brace up, and also I want us to prepare a question. I love interactive sessions. People that are here knows I love interactive session, and I love that people are engaging, people are listening, people are learning, and people are ready to take action. If you're not ready to take action, you cannot even be in UX Tribe, because I'm a go person and I always put people up. So Femi Richard is here. Without any further ado, Ayomide, are you saying something? Without any further ado, I'm going to be bringing Femi Richard up now, and I want us to listen attentively. I want us to pay keen attention, and I want us to make sure that we get a bit. If you're not going to get all, just make sure you get a bit from him tonight. Well, 47 persons presently on this call. In just like 1 or 2 minutes, you can just still send links to your friends that you want them to be part of, this session tonight. Send the link to them. And for those who can't join, probably you have network issues and you'll not be able to join. I'll just encourage that it's presently live on YouTube. You can just go there and watch and be part of it. Or after, watch it. So let us use the clapping emoji as we bring up Mr. Femi Richard, the founder of UX Foundry. Thank you very much, sir.
Hi, Bamidele. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
So confirm you can hear me clearly, please.
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm trying out this new AirPod, so I want to be sure it's working well.
It's definitely
Or should I take it out? Is it very clear, please?
For myself, it's very clear. I don't know if it's clear with other persons, so people can just confirm. You can write in the chat box that is very clear. You can write in the chat box that is very clear.
I can remove it before I start going into
No, it's actually very good. It has a very clean audio.
All right. Thank you so much.
If you can hear correctly, let's just put in the chat box that it's clear.
Thank you so much. Good to see everyone here tonight. It's good to be here, Wally. I know you used to. This was not the name before. You guys had a name like that.
Yeah, true.
Zion, you follow me, Rich here. All right, good to be here tonight. I love what UX Tribe is doing. I would have said it's our sister company because we do almost the same thing. A lot of things. In fact, when I joined this call, I was thinking I was in UX Foundry call because this is how warm and beautiful the community is in UX Foundry. And I'm glad to be here tonight. Thank you so much, Wally, for having me tonight in your community. The truth is, I tell people in my community that it's good you network when you get into the field because it's not something you can do alone. It's not something, say for example, when I need people to talk about research, when I need to talk about, say, psychology and design, I know the right people to call. And that's because I've made friends I've made them my friends and stuff. So this wouldn't happen if Wale had not connected with me. We're not connections on LinkedIn, to be honest. This would not happen. So for every time you connect with someone, that's your potential client, that's your potential guest, that's your potential mentor, that's potential. It can be anybody tomorrow. So thanks so much for having me tonight. And this topic is a very special one, to be honest, because 2025 is just how many days ahead? Like it's just 4 days, I think. In 4 days will be 2025, and a lot of people are still in the same cycle. Like you've been learning this thing for like 1 year. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. If you've been doing this for the past 3 years, let me see your hand. Just or your emoji. Sorry, I think I prefer the hand. For like 3 years, you've been doing UX for 3 years. Okay, let's say 2 years. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, let's say 1 year. Okay. Okay. That's nice. All right, so I'm gonna do it this way. In the last say 3 to 6 months, those have been okay, 3 to 6 months. That's nice. All right, another very interesting question. If you've made your first $1,000, this one is very interesting for Nigerians. If you made your first $1,000, please let me see your emojis. Because that's what we are going to 2025, and no more 50K clients, no more 100K clients. Titi knows what I'm talking about. No more 200K clients. You understand? People make this money, they make much more than that, and they don't have two heads. So how are they positioning themselves? And we need to see all of that tonight. I'll share my screen in a bit. Goodness. All right. Do I have permission to share my screen? Wale?
Sure, definitely.
Okay. Sorry. All right, you give me a second to just quit and reopen.
No problem. Let's just wait for him.
All right, so confirm you can still hear me, please.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Sorry, everyone. I just put this Chrome in my system, so I had to approve some settings. All right, confirm you can see my screen, please.
Yep.
All right, thank you so much. So how to position for 2025 as a UX designer? That's what I'll be talking about tonight, and I'll be focusing on these 3 areas. Currently in UX design, the skills you need for 2025, and strategic positioning for growth. Now, most of the times we feel like, how many people that felt like AI will take our jobs? Like you feel like, or you've heard that thing where they say AI will take over your jobs. I wish I can see. Let's see what I'm sharing right now. Okay. You've heard that saying AI would. So give me a second. I need to be seeing the reactions. I need to join my phone too. All right. So give me a second. I need to. I want to work with the data I'm getting from the feedback. Please keep your reactions going or keep your hands up so I can see.
All right.
Because I've heard that
So
way
if you
that
heard the word AI,
will.
so you can just start raising up your hand, start using emojis so you can see the reaction.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, nice. Okay, so how many of us feel like it's actually true? Especially with these Elon Musk robots doing things now, it feels as if AI is actually trying to take our jobs as human beings. Yeah. Thank you, Sarafa. Thank you for wisdom, Jennifer. Thank you, Godly. Thank you. All right. So, I tell people a lot, and you must have seen it in some places that see AI is not coming for your job. But you see that Jide, that Funke, that Ngozi, that Bamidele, Kunle, that Ayo, that Jennifer, that is learning how to use AI might be one your job. Let that sink in. Now, I'm introducing the AI tools coming out every day, cared for my students who are not trying to learn it, who are not trying to get themselves into it. All you know since you started learning is Figma, FigJam, Miro, Whimsical, and what else is there? Milanote, yeah, and that's all. If it's you I'm talking about, don't laugh too much so that they will not know it's you I'm talking about. But some of you, that's all you've known since you started design, just Figma and FigJam, and you think that design. Tonight I'll be showing you that there's more to being a designer than just using Figma. And even the Figma we use, a lot of us do not even know there's a lot of things you can do with Figma. You just go in design and do some handoff to your developer and you move for life. AI might not take over your job, but you see that person learning how to use it and that knows machine learning well, that's learning more tools, that's learning how to use more design tools. That person might be the one to take your job. And we'll see why tonight. So I will be talking about the evolution of design. In the last 2 years, there's been talks about AI, machine learning, NFT. I remember I've taken courses on NFT before, like you just went out to learn something about NFT as relating to UX design. Any course, maybe, okay, let's say video, you've watched anything that has to do with NFT or Web3. Let me use the general. Okay, thank you. Nice one. I keep saying, judge, like let's judge ourselves future. Because we are yet to watch this video, we are yet to learn these things. Some people are already doing it, some people are already designing for Web3. Some people are already creating designs that has to do with Web3. And some of us are still on Figma designing food app and e-commerce apps. All right. So in the last, let's say 1 year, AI, machine learning are beginning to they now integrate them into our tools, UX tools. And if you're in I used to be taking the protocol. And if you're in config, the introduction was basically an AI. If you go watch it, it just brought AI to our faces. Like this is not weird. When I first saw somebody talk about AI recently, I was scared. I think it was that was last year. It's not recently. When somebody showed me a website where you can just enter some prompts, and before you know it, it starts to build your website. I don't know if you've seen that stuff
was
before.
this year.
In fact, there's a lot of them right now.
This year.
First time I saw it, I was scared. Like I was scared. Like so, people can just my client can just say they're no longer working with me. They go to that website and they enter their prompts, and it will build their website for them. Trust me, I was scared. But it took me going through the website myself to realize, nah, this can't do my work. This cannot do empathy. This cannot deep. This cannot really put itself in the place of. There's a lot that AI cannot do, but if you know how to use AI, it will make your work easier and smarter. Many years ago, if you need to send a mail, if you need to send a message, you have to go to the post office. You buy a stamp and all that. If you know about these things, you should be married by now, please. Or you understand all those days. If you're not married and you know these things I'm talking about, you are wrong. You go to Nitel, you buy your card with the unit on it, and you place a call to whoever you want to talk to. And 24. Where is Nitel office? What happened to post office? Now, I'm giving you this instance so you can know that some of you are still in the Nitel days when it comes to your UX design career. Some of you are still not conversant with how you can incorporate AI. You can use AI to make your work smarter, faster, better, and easier for you. Some of us are still in the era of they give you the design. In fact, I was learning from somebody recently. Now, what we had before was like 5 but what we have today with people that know how to use AI is just 2 stages. You skip the 5, like you skip like 3 stages, and you are from design, you can just move to depth like almost immediately. There's a tool I'm going to be showing us. I don't know if I'll have the time, or I'll tell us the name so we can go explore. Right on Figma, as you finish design, sorry, I speak pidgin sometimes, you can download that plugin, go sign up on their Google, sign up on their website, maybe with your Google information or with your email, and go back to the plugin on Figma. Now, it's an AI tool. You see, I love AI. AI is a blessing and a curse at the same time. It's a blessing because these things were things that used to take us days sometimes to do, that used to take us hours to do. Now you can do them in minutes and move on to the next client. So what I'm saying is this plugin, you select your screens, it would enter them on the plugin. You will see them entered, and it will tell you to just make a few adjustments. And before you know it, you can publish your design immediately. You don't need a developer. I'm sorry to developers in the house, but it's getting to a point where developers might not need designers, and designers might no longer need developers. We're getting to that point. You're still learning only Figma. You're learning only, before now they will say HTML, CSS skill is a plus. Now it's no longer a plus. It's going to become, from 2025, these things will become parts of the requirement to get a job, to be honest. The way we are going right now, when they begin to incorporate AI and all these things into your job requirements, you might need to know these things. It's no longer optional. I think early this year, we're trying to recruit for a designer, like a graphic designer, and we got lots of entries. But the person we finally chose happened to be a copper, interestingly, but she had other skills that others do not have, even though some of them have 3 years, 4 years experience, some of them are very good and all that. But for this particular lady, she was, I think she said, I don't know if she's done 7, but she has learned a little bit more than others. So now the field is not about how many years you've been there. It's about how much do you know. There's a friend of mine that works, actually, sister-in-law, that worked with Salesforce in the UK. She get this get, I think last year, she left her and started people need to change course and change career paths. And she left, she has studied for 5, 6 years because she's a master. She has done degree and all that in engineering, and started to move to UI UX. And somehow she met someone in a conference, and the person recommended her for a role in Salesforce, and that's it. So for me, I feel like, to be honest, okay, let me know. There's a lot of things to talk about, and let me know. So good of AI is that even in our UX design tools, they're beginning to incorporate it. Figma now has an AI tool inside of it. How many of you have the updated one, like the beta one that's currently being tested around? How many of us have seen it, or you have it here? Nice. How many of you know that even FigJam too has an AI tool inside of it? Exactly. So if you are not familiar with all these things, they don't leave you behind. But we're going to you know about, okay, that's in FigJam. There's a somehow they're beginning to incorporate AI tools into our different softwares. Even Photoshop has an AI tool. You can just enter Photoshop and say, just type it. You don't have to use your magic wand or use any quick selection tool. Just type, remove the background from this image. And it starts to do that. In some seconds, background don't come out. So guys, whether you like it or not, AI is the next big thing. Machine learning is the next big thing. If you're going to invest in learning for 2025, that is one place you should actually put your money in. Now, another reason why AI is actually taking over is because of the rise of accessibility and inclusion. If you want, if a blind person is going to use a phone, they are going to really depend on the voice interface, even more than they don't even type. So now I don't talk about typing for them. So people with with issues, sorry, visual impairment, with hearing problems, with they depend on some of these things for designing. So the world they adopted with an inclusion as core. So we're not people well research most times when we saw it. The technological advancement is moving these days. We need to catch up. You need to catch up. If the only thing you know is Figma and FigJam, please stay with me tonight. There's a lot more you need to learn 2025. You should not be left behind. If after this call, or if this time next year, you still have not moved further, or this time three months or 4 months to come, you still have not moved further, then it is your fault. All right. Essential skills for 2025. Now, like I said earlier, for UX designers, mastering this skill, mastering these interfaces, mastering this whole thing is no longer now. It's a key skill for staying relevant and creating intuitive, user-centric, and amazing designs, basically. So, for example, I saw a job post, was it yesterday or day ago? It's day before yesterday, and I was shocked because that same company, I think last 2 months ago, they put out a job post, and they didn't have anything like AI skills or ML on it. I saw it and I was like, they now have this, I didn't put it optional. But before we need to know these skills. First on my list is AI powered design tools, and I listed about 5, I think 5 here. Sorry, you can see my screen here. All right. So there's more than, I don't want to say 100, but there's a lot of these tools online. But these are just the few I picked. So Claude, for example, this is Claude. Now, Claude is like a ChatGPT for designers. So for those of you using ChatGPT, good for you, happy for you. But when you try Claude, you will never go back to ChatGPT again. You will not want to have to use ChatGPT again. This is the ChatGPT for designers. Now, what this does, it gives you even documents. You can use it to create documents, use it to create your research, your design system, everything. And you can send in PDF. Now, I think ChatGPT lets you save in PDF too, but I think this gives you more features, more things to explore as a designer. This create your user flow or your journey map, you can create your site map and everything. And the drawings, everything will be given to you. Now, don't get me wrong, please. I know there's a school of thought that I used to be in that school of thought too, but I want you to know tonight that these things are just supposed to be easier and faster for you. They're supposed to make it smarter. Now, sometimes when we make mistakes, of course, humans will make mistakes and stuff, but these things give you lots of precision. There are lots of accurate things that you get from here that your human mind might not be able to put together. Now, when you do your research, you can put what your eyes can see, but this will go out of the way and give you what your eyes cannot, what your mind didn't even think of checking. This will help you check it. Claude can even give you as far as giving you the kind of font you have to use, the kind of colors you have to use, how to mix them, what color suits your CTAs, your buttons, what color suits your background, everything. It goes deep for you. Now, Lovable is one that I'm scared of, but I think I prefer both. Both give you better design. So this one is like when you type in what you want to do, and you see it just generate and start to design for you. But then now you can just go do your research and find out how it's done. Now, Fronty is a tool, an AI tool that just helps you convert your visual designs to code. So if you've met clients that will tell you, help me when you finish the design, I will get the code and all that. This is what you need to get that done. So I hope you can see Emil.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. So frontend, you can upload design files and it will transform it into live code for you. HTML is like it transforms into live codes for you. Now, Chroma is just to generate colors. Before now, I used to use colors.co, but I discovered Chroma is an AI tool that helps you generate color palettes for your design and make that you can use it. When you want to unlock it to I want to get accurate and all that, you can use them. Copy is for people who want to maybe you need some on your design. You don't want to, but that's not to learn some. It's old school. Now we're going to the point where designers should be able to actually put proper text in their placeholders. Should be able to put the actual write-up. I'm working with someone. I don't want to jump too fast. It's going to come next to me. I'm working with someone in Meta on a project, and he was shocked because I was able to put all the write-up in the design. Now you can call it Otabi, but that guy will come back to work with me. This is the second time I'm working with him. I worked with him last year, April, when I'm my first year. Now he's coming back to work with me again. So things like this, these are the things that happen. Other things that some people have on their CV, and you don't have. When I employ somebody and I see one person has Figma, FigJam, FigJam has all of these tools and has more. Take note of these things, learn how to use them. These are things that when you're in an interview and you speak.
Femi, are you still using your because I think it's kind of breaking. I don't know if it's from my end.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Or is it better?
Yeah, it's better actually.
Okay, thank you. That's what I asked. I knew something's wrong with this thing. All right, so now you need to have skills. You need to know how to use these things. Not because you want to be lazy, but because you want to stand out. Not because you want to be lazy, but because you want to work smarter. Now, some of you wonder how. Sorry, can you see my screen? Somebody said they can't see my screen.
I can see your screen.
All right, thank you. Now, some people used to wonder how, sorry, I'm going to use these guys because I work with them, how Indians and all these Asian guys get gigs more than you sometimes. And this is why. These guys do not go the whole route of trying to, I'm not teaching you to be lazy, please. I'm trying, this topic is very dicey. It's somehow, it's as if I'm teaching you how to be lazy, and it's as if I'm teaching you how not to do the things the normal way. But I want you to know that the normal way has improved. Things have changed. Do you understand? So people, there are tools that people are using, there are tools that people are talking about, and you can't be left out. I'm surprised some designers don't even know what Sketch is. You don't know what Zeppelin is. You don't know how Hotjar works. Do you understand? So when designers are talking, I'm not a football fanatic. I don't watch football. But when footballers talk, I envy them. I know that something, you know when you know that something is going on in there and it doesn't concern you. When they're talking about how many awards, I'm saying award, how many trophies Arsenal has carried, how many UEFA this one has carried, how many Premiership this one. You can tell that these guys know these things. As a designer, they should not be talking about Bolt.new, and you are saying, please, what is Bolt? Is it not Uber that we are using? There's a tool called Bolt. Yes. When they say Fronty, when they say Chroma, when they say Lovable, if you hear Lovable now, you think it's a dating app. To be honest, some of you that are hearing for the first time, you think I Lovable. You can't call me Lovable again. You think it's a dating app. But these are tools. These are your tools. Some people are learning. Some people have become masters in this thing that we're talking about. I was doing the research about voice AI this evening, and I was still touching in my topic, and I learned that 71% of consumers prefer to use voice search over typing. 71% of people love to use voice search over typing. Those of me that use iPhone now, I spoiled now start this thing. All this Siri, can you play One Love for me? Siri, can you open my pictures? Siri, can you have a friend like that or one thing with that? Baba, you cannot type. I think it's one of those reasons. That's one of the reasons why I had to buy an iPhone, because the pressure is too much. Siri, the guy doesn't touch his phone. Like, I don't know if you understand what it means. It's so cool. Oh, I'm talking Siri and Siri is already opening on my iPad. Interesting. Okay. So any small thing Siri, any small thing Siri. Now the world is adopting these things, and you cannot be left behind. Now go design them. They're the ones that will design it. How it will work, that is why you need to learn these things. I'll show you the tools they use to create some of these things. Your work should not just end at. That's why I used to tell my guys in my community, if you want to do UI design, go do UI. Like, I'm not saying UI is easier or is cheaper. They also have their own strengths. But UX is a lot of things plus UI. UX, there's a lot of things you'll be doing. Your work doesn't end at just designing. You will do empathy. The first time I learned about empathy in design, I'm like, what concern me? You know, I used to be a graphic designer, and when you're done designing, you move on to the next client. But with UX design is different, because you need to empathize. You need to be in the shoes of the users. I'm like, why I go stand for user's shoe because I won't design for user? I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make. I just feel, let me design something fine and send to the client. That's all. But it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. So the next thing I was talking about, so I don't waste our time so much, is voice and conversational interfaces. And I said earlier that 71% of consumers prefer to use voice search over typing. So there's a statistic by Statista that says voice assistant usage is projected to grow from 3.25 billion devices in 2019 to 8 billion in 2025. Let me read that again. Voice assistant usage is projected to grow from 3.25 billion devices in 2019 to 8 billion by 2025. So people that will be designing these kind of interfaces will be making mad money, because there will now be need for voice designers, voice interface designers, people that can design, create websites or stuff that can have some of these features in them. And these are the tools you can use. I think this one is for Google. This is Google Actions. This is Amazon Alexa. This is Alexa. You can incorporate this in your website, in your app, and all that. This Dialogflow. This one I think is owned by Microsoft, both framework. You can incorporate these things to get voice and conversational interface. So, for example, from next year, banks. I don't know about Nigeria, but because I don't work with so much Nigerian clients, let me brag about that. If you know your work well, people will approach you from all over the world. Banks from all around the world will start to incorporate voice interface. Food apps. I don't know if we have food apps in Nigeria that are already incorporating that. Where you want to order food, you can just say egusi and rice. You don't need to search. You don't need to start scrolling. I'm searching for egusi. The first time I used, was it Glovo? Is it Glovo or the other one? What's the other one's name? One of them, Sha. It was stressful. Now rice I won't chop, Baba. One day now, I stressed myself looking for rice. Just to find rice, like jollof rice. It was crazy. Now I wish there's a platform or there's an app where I can just go and say, I beg, I want order rice and chicken. That's all. And to bring it to me. That is where the world is going to. The world is moving from that phase where people are stressing themselves to where people can do things effortlessly. So these are the tools, people that do voice and conversational interfaces. These are the tools they use to create those things. And I know some of us are wondering, this one no concern me now. Me now only Figma. That's why I said, if you're still using only Figma, please, after tonight's call, maybe you need to watch this video again. Go and learn these tools and more. You need to stand out from 2025. And we're incorporating this into our curriculum for next year too, as a community. Like, we need to start, because there was, I think, one person in UX, I think that was 3-4 months ago, in the community, had an interview, and the only part of the interview she failed was the AI part. She was good. I think she got to the fourth stage. But when they got to this AI part, like, what tools will you use for voice and conversational interfaces? It's not like they want you to use it, but they want to be sure, do you even know these things? Some of you just design products and you put a microphone at the top right corner. You put your search and you know those designs where you want to show people that you can. What tool did they use to achieve this in real life? You don't know it. Yeah, some people are laughing. If you know you are the one, don't laugh too much so that they will not catch you. Yes. So you should know these things. Speak like a smart person that knows these tools. Some of us do some designs, and I think the first website I designed was a fail. I had to actually work on it again. And how did we know? We used Hotjar. The client didn't even know what to do. I suggested it. When I designed it looked nice, looked beautiful. It was like a store app. Somebody was selling, I think, gadgets, phones and laptops and all that. And I designed something for him. And for the first 2 months of launch, Baba no make money. So he called me and reached out to me and told me, how far Femi, this website where you design. I say, you run ad? He said, I run ad. You do well. How much you take on the ad? I was just concerned about digital marketing part. I didn't know that it was my design that was the problem. So we looked, and I told him, have you heard of Hotjar before? And he was like, no. And we looked through Hotjar, and we realized there were lots of things. So Hotjar helps you see where people are stuck on your website, on your app. Some people are using your website. There's a place where everybody will just pause. There's either a distraction there or there is a glitch there. Now, I was trying to subscribe to Amazon Prime sometime last 2 months. Somehow, I'm not a movie person, but somehow I just felt like I wanted to watch their movies. Like, I've seen some trailers and I wanted to watch movies. And yeah, Hotjar. And my wife worked with a company that deal with data. They sell data and all that data, and all that, if you know what I mean, sure. And these guys happen to be one of their clients, these Amazon Prime people. So, trying to subscribe, I entered my card details and everything. And lo and behold, brothers and sisters, I was looking for where to submit. After entering, imagine how many people they've lost, how many clients. So they came back to my wife's company and tell them, people are not signing up. We paid you guys for this, for this. And people are not signing up. And this was one of the reasons. The UX designer did a design that the button is there. But if you know search well, you know go see them. That is a bad UX. Very bad UX. So I was telling my designers, I think some weeks ago, like I spoke with like 2 of them. I told them, I say, see, UX design or UI design itself should not just end at you designing buttons and designing backgrounds and all that. It's beyond that. You should make people's life easy. It's beyond just the UI. Trust me, I was like that at the beginning. I would just design and I move on with my life. But I realized, no. It's a user experience. People need to experience it and enjoy the experience. So every part of the design matters to me. Any color I use matters to me. Blue, for example, I know what blue communicates. If I want you to feel sad, I know what color to use. If I want you to feel hungry, I know what color to use. If I want you to look forward to the next slide, I know how to do the design. So everything you do has a reason. Every font size you use, every typeface you use has what it's doing. So voice and conversational interface is something you must not do with 2025. Learn how these things work. Learn how to incorporate them in your design. Learn how to talk about them in interviews. When you're being asked about, okay, how does this happen? How would you make our design better? How would you make our products better? These are things you can sell to you need to sound smart, guys. You need to sound smart. Let me jump. I think I'm taking too much time. Next one is AR and VR. Some of us are already here. Some of you have never tried it before. Some of you feel, I'm good with Figma. I'm good with FigJam. So I go shift table today. I go move table. I go break tables today. Don't feel like Figma and FigJam is just, that is all. You are good with that. There's a word called augmented reality and virtual reality. Yes. And I would advise you, if you want to stand out, if you want to place yourself in the right place, 2025, please learn how to use some of these tools. I'm not saying you should learn every. You know what? I'm giving you 5 tools, giving you 4 tools. If I think you can't learn anyone, learn only one. Know that 2025, I learned how to use Basic. I learned how to use Unity. This base is quite interesting. You might want to check it out. BEZI. These two, I think you can even upload your Figma link or something, or Figma design, and you can visualize how your design would look like when people wear. So this is Apple. So this is MetaQuest. I think it's MetaQuest, yeah. This one is the one Apple did. So people that use these products, for example, they also have movie apps, they have e-commerce apps, they have food apps, they have fitness apps. So who are those designing for these products? They are also UX designers, but they are UX designers that have learned to use these products. Even Blender, I mean, of us know what Blender is. That tool they used to create 3D animations and all that. Yeah. At some point, I had to give up on Blender because it's for people that have very good laptops and very strong GPU. I had to give up. But I realized some UX designers use it to make things like this possible. If you have seen the Apple headset, to be honest, it's crazy. Things you can do with it. You can be in your car. Let me see. There's something I want to show us. I don't know if I have the video here. I was watching it this afternoon. I was thinking I would be able to pull it in here. Give me a second. All right, so you can see my screen, right?
Start this puppy out.
So this guy is in his car, and he's wearing the Apple.
Put my messages out right there.
Now watch how he's
Some
just
Apple TV. Watch a nice little movie.
flexing his Apple Vision Pro in his car.
Picking up too
Somebody
much of my
designed
screen.
all these screens, and
Wanted to
somebody
say
designed
something
how
right
they
here.
would look like.
I'm gonna need my maps so I don't get lost on the way back to work from the bank. Perfect. I don't want that to distract me while driving, so I'm gonna put it right here. And let's see.
You can't hear the audio, right?
I'm ready to go. Oh, you know what? Forgot the seatbelt.
We can hear. We can hear.
First.
Okay. All right. So this is somebody's UX. Somebody designed this UX you're looking at. Let me see if I can zoom in. Switches. But this is it. Somebody designed this, just this interface you're looking at. Somebody that knew that in the future, people want to watch movie with Apple Pro. I'm sure Apple has a team of designers or that work steadily out there on the ground, steadily working on these things. But these things people wear, even Apple Watch, how many of us have smartwatches? Those apps you have on them, some people design them. Sure, you know. You are still designing food app, e-commerce app. What other app do we design again in this our as entry level designer? We design. I don't see food app, my brother. I don't tire, to be honest. I've seen lots of food apps, and I'm like, so what else can you design? I saw one guy's portfolio, and he has about 5 food apps in one portfolio. 5. To be honest, I feel like there's a lot more you can do. You're just limiting yourself. Or you are feeling because somebody's paying you 250K per month or say 400K per month to design these things on Figma, then you are fine. No, there's a lot more to life than that. I got a $3K deal to design something very simple recently. And even me, I was shocked because I felt like anybody can do it. The guy was like, let's work with people. He even showed me a design from another designer in Nigeria here. I was like, I've tried to get to people and this is what they're doing, this is what they're doing, and all that. It's very simple. If you keep designing food app, all your designs will begin to look like food apps because you want to design, say, for example, an e-commerce app, you are still using the same style, the same. There's a lot more. There's a lot more. All right, I think I wasted so much time on this. There's Basic, there's Unity, there's Lens Studio, all those Snapchat filters you're using. Some people are the ones designing it too. I've used Lens Studio before. I used it to create something like a filter for a program in my church. So these tools are easy to use. I learned it within the same day, not up to 24 hours. I learned how to use it, design the product, the filter I was going to be doing that same day, and it was launched. There's Unreal Engine, there's Spark AR Studio. These are things you use to design. if you come out online and say you can design this thing, you know the people that you are trying to think to yourself. Apple would be like, okay, so you designed this. So before I move out of this, I designed something last 2 years, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, about. It's an app that lets you, it's an AR app, augmented reality. It lets you try glasses on before you buy it. And guys, lots of people came into my DM to ask, like they want to partner, they want us to do this together. Like, would you want us to make this go live? Let's make this a real thing. I know another guy, I think that guy got a job. He got a job with a UK company after doing that. Now you can try on a shoe before buying it. Just on your camera, select the shoe you want to pick. No, just go to the app, select the shoe you want to try on. Then you just place the camera on your leg and you start to look at your leg in that shoe. As you're walking, your leg is steadily on, you're wearing that shoe. And that guy got the job. So we're going to get to how you put out yourself when you know all these skills. After you've learned all these things, you don't just stay in your room and be expecting jobs to come to your lap. So guys, AR, VR, voice interface, they are not for these UK guys. They're not for the US. They're not for Indians alone. They're not for everybody can learn it. And why I love it is because these tools, bulk of them are free. They are free. In fact, if they're not free, they have some demos, some free whatever you can try. You can try. They have alternative. If you use Basic, Basic is charging you money. Go to Unity. Unity will let you. In fact, sometimes, let me not call our name, but some people know how to use these apps for free, these products for free. I have a guy in UX Foundry. That guy knows how to get anything for free. He's like one of my assets. Like anything you want for free. If you want to watch Netflix for free, he has a way of doing it. He has a way. There's always a plug. I'm not teaching you to be illegal, but he has a plug for everything. So these tools are out there. Not all are free. Next one is hyper personalization. So this is, I'm going to be fast on this. Try to always personalize the designs for your users. Now, I just gave this quick example here where if you go to Netflix, Netflix will suggest some movies to you because you watched other movies. Many of us have noticed that. Now, you watch a movie this morning, and before you know it, for example, you watch Seven Doors this morning. By afternoon, you see that Netflix has suggested Anikulapo for you, or another Yoruba movie, or another African film movie for you. That's an example of hyper personalization. Now, because I ate jollof rice the other day, today I opened my chow deck, and they are suggesting fried rice and asun. Do you understand? Because you ate a while going this morning, you see them, they suggest that you do bread to you in the afternoon. So basically, hyper-personalization is you going extra to make sure that the user enjoys the product they're using. Personalize it, make it to their taste. Now, personalization is like you're doing it for, don't show me the movie. Some people don't like horror movies, so don't show me horror movies. If you see me watch love movie today, I watch action movie tomorrow. Next tomorrow, then you suggest horror film to me. You are wrong for that. So personalize, make sure you, so this is going to help inclusiveness. So everybody can have, my mom's Netflix is for my Netflix. What you will see on her own Netflix account is what you see on my account. We're not the same persons. And she enjoys her movies, I enjoy my movie. So I'm jumping to this. I think I've gone way out of my time. I talk too much. Why don't you for time me now? Essential skills for 2025.
Even me myself, they enjoy them.
Essential skills for 2025. This is where I'm going to. Strategic thinking. Now, some people wondering, how is this a skill? How is this? But guys, we need to move from just designing to thinking. Please. I'm begging us. When you design something, be sure, why did you use this blue? Designers are tired of me in my community. I would ask you down to the color. I was talking to somebody recently about the design she's working. Like, why did you use purple for this app? And she was like, no, I think I just like purple. It's not what you like. It's what the users will be able to engage with. You're designing an app for children and you're using black background. You have to think. Sorry, can you hear me? Somebody said I'm muted.
No, you're not.
Okay. So strategic thinking, think. I'm sorry, I will have to shake a table now. Now, I used to be a Sanyeri lover. When you say this is this Yoruba actor that is called Sanyeri. Sanyeri, Akpa, You know those people, all those nonsense Yoruba comedy movies, and I watch them, and I'll be laughing, and I thought I was doing myself good. I don't know that those movies, they drop your IQ. To be honest, they drop your IQ. I didn't know for a long time. I don't want to go deep into this, but then I'm forced to do that. So if you want to start thinking, please engage in really good movies, like watch good movies. Exercise your brain. Exercise your brain. When you need to rest, please rest. I have a designer in my community that said one quote one time, Halima. She said, sometimes it's not creative block, it's hunger that's worrying you. Please go and eat. Some people like, I'm a creative block, won't finish me today. Creative flow. I'm gonna go buy shawarma. Buy like suya 50K. Top. That block could just break. Like you won't notice any block again. So guys, think strategically when you then AI literacy. I said this already. You must be literate in AI. Like you can't be on this call tonight and you will tell me after the call that you didn't learn anything about AI or you didn't learn the importance of AI for you as a person. Collaborate with people. Collaborate. This has helped me a lot of times. It has helped me so much. 2025. Some of you don't like collaborating. Some of you feel like what me and Wale are doing now is just pure collaboration. Trust me, Wale, you're coming back, you're coming to UX Foundry because that is what it's about. Build a network and collaborate with people. Bulk of the jobs I've gotten is from somebody recommended you. Somebody will tell me I have a job, I can't do it. Bulk of the jobs I've given to people in our community, collaboration. I can't do it, but I know somebody that can do it. I don't want to do it because I don't have the time. I know someone that will do it. You can always make decision with data. So when you're trying to do some things, try to get, for example, you want to use a button, do your research. Does that button make sense? Now, some of you want to design banking app, you just go to Pinterest, screenshot 3-4 designs and you start designing. No. Download real banking app, download proper apps and check them out. Make your decision. Do banks, why don't banks do this? Why don't they do this? I saw a design recently, and the figure on the account, the guy did the UI for a banking app, and the figure, the person's balance is so big that even if you are trying to steal, you are not trying to steal from them, but the moment you see the balance, you will think of, I wrote this person steal this money. Now it's like there's a reason for everything. Look at every banking app. There's a typeface size. There's a font size. Let me use that English that they use. They don't just, let me just use my intuition. This font will make sense, it will nice. No. Look at different banking apps. What is the font size? What's the typeface size that most people use? I saw somebody designing a banking app recently and was using a cursive, like a calligraphic font for a banking app. How about? Like say wedding invitation. You design a banking app and the typeface is funny, it's cursive, it's like you are writing wedding invitation.
That's
interesting.
That's an insult.
It's interesting. So sometimes I wonder which design school some people go to be honest, but it's fine. Everybody is a designer. If I know someone that the first day I mentored the person, like we did a call, the person was like, I want to be a designer, and I gave the person a few tips. The next day, the person went to LinkedIn and put UI UX designer, product designer, and all that. Like went to arrange the LinkedIn. I'm like, oh, everybody are UX designer at the end of the day. Yes. Resilience and adaptability, please. Things are changing. Please, let's adapt. We're moving from using just Figma to other tools. Please join us. Don't be late. If I used to ask this question, I make sure that everybody in my community attends Config every year. Even before I started this community, I make sure people I know, we all attend Config. This is like, if you know redemption camp, like how they do convention every year. I make sure that nobody in my community. This is it. Like you have to attend. You have to be in Config every year. Now, adapt, please. Things are changing. Times are changing. Please adapt. Finally, position yourself for good. First thing is you have to build a strong personal brand for yourself. How do you position yourself? Okay, let me introduce this properly before I jump. All right, how do you position yourself for 2025? Number one is build a strong personal brand for yourself. Now, some of you are wondering, what's the importance? How does this concern me? Now, people in my community know the importance of this. like video. People need to know you. Share everything you've learned through posts. Share everything you can do through posts. This guy that works with Meta that I'm telling you people about, he's on LinkedIn. He's on LinkedIn. I didn't know the guy from Adam. Just saw my post. I was like, I want to work with you. The job, the 3K gig I got, LinkedIn. I saw the music app you designed, and I think you have the kind of feel I would like to have on my design. LinkedIn. If I ask some of you how often you post, we don't believe this call this night. Some of you feel like, I'm not in the mood. It means you're not in the mood to attract customers. You're not in the mood to make money then. Sometimes I feel like people that don't post, you have made so much money, you are too proud to post. Like, I'm too busy. I'm too busy making money. I'm too busy counting money. I don't need to post. So guys, build a strong personal brand. 2025, let people hear your voice. From January 1st, start to threaten us. Tell us Happy New Year. This year, una go see me everywhere. Like, let people know you are coming for them 2025. Let them see that this 2025, these guys will be dropping designs back to back. Will be dropping lectures back to back. I have someone in my community. She's constantly dropping designs. Like, I don't know where she gets the energy from. Even me, I'm praying to God for that energy. I don't know where she gets the energy from. She drops design every day. Every day. She has gotten 1 or 2 clients. How will she not get clients for crying out loud? You, they post once in a week, person they post every day. The difference is clear. I know what I've noticed. She bought my book and she's on the, last time I checked, she was on day 55. She has gone far. And what I noticed is her design on day 1 is different from her design on day 55. Because every day she designs, she's better. And there are people watching her. I tell my designers to always connect with people that will help your future. Build a strong personal brand and let people see what you can do. Next, network strategically. This is a very important topic for me. Don't just follow people, connect with them. Do you understand? There's the follow button on LinkedIn and there's the connect button on LinkedIn. They are 2 different things. They are playing 2 different things. Please connect with people. Don't just follow. Network. That is how you network. When you follow them, you are their fan. Do you hear me? And the thing is, don't be scared to connect with people. Don't be scared to connect with people. Our fear most of the time is, they might not accept. He's a senior designer. He's a senior developer. He might not accept. He might not. Let me show you just one person that I connected with, and I was so shocked that he accepted. And it's been a while. It's under White House. Maybe I've seen this guy before, super fast. Yeah, you know this guy. If you're learning,
Memorizely.
Yeah, Memorizely. Now, the day I sent him this connection request, guys, trust me, I just sent it and I was like, if you accept, fine. If you don't accept, for my life. This guy accepted. So every single thing I post, guys, Xander sees it. CEO of Trips, I brag about that one a lot because the guy is now international. They have bosses in the UK and the US. He's my connection. He sees all my posts. CEO of Lumos Power, Luminous, whatever it is. We are connections. Timida Apollo's, Dari Atalade's wife. I don't know about Timida Apollo. See, I just connect with random people that would be needing my services, or that might be needing my services at some point, or that would need to see what I'm posting. Because I'm number one, don't forget, build a brand that people can see. Don't just start connecting with people and you're not posting anything. Or more, they will promote you for their. Some people actually clean up their network every year. Hope you know that. Some people go through their network and they remove some people. Like this one, Adubinikon Joseph. From what I don't see any use. Like I'm just connecting with so many people and I'm not seeing the use and all that. So guys, connect with people that will help you strategically. Connect strategically. Network strategically. I know why I'm saying this. Network with people that matter. I also network with developers bulk of time because those guys need us from time to time. Connect with HRs, they need you from time to time. If our HRs no longer just put out posts, they just reach out to you directly. You've been posting designs like this. Are you interested in a job? My last job, it's direct. This job I'm currently doing with Technology. The HR sent me a message. We are starting our office in Nigeria. Are you interested in working with us? That's all. I didn't need to go to LinkedIn job to go and be searching for job because I have been posting and I mistakenly connected with their HR because I don't know the person per se. Number 3, embrace learning. Please, after this call, give yourself like a goal. Like, I want to learn AI for the next 2 months. I want to learn how to use these tools. I don't want to design for Figma. Figma stay one side. I told people how for like a month I left social media just to learn Web3. I think that was last year, or last 2 years, just to learn about Web3. I stopped posting. I think I deleted my LinkedIn and everything because I don't want to be distracted. Because LinkedIn can be a distraction. Sometimes you go online, you see people saying, after 2 years of searching, I finally got a job with a UK company. Congratulations to me. And LinkedIn will tell you, congratulate them. Do you understand? So some of those things can be distracting. They could drop your morale sometimes. You'll be like, oh my God, am I a firewood? People are getting job, I'm not getting anything. God, am I a mattress? And all that. You'll be thinking God is really not looking at you. But guys, take time off social. Like, just take out social media and embrace learning for a while. Learn new things. If the only thing you know how to do is Figma, I don't want to say you are a failure, but if that will provoke you to go and learn, please go and learn. Figma cannot be the only thing you use as a designer. Don't let anybody hear it. Guys, if you go for an interview and they ask you what tools can you use, don't tell them Figma and FigJam and stop there. It's a shame because the world has gone beyond those tools. There's a lot more things to learn. You need to rush. Seek diverse opportunities. Any opportunity that will help you grow, seek it. Any training, any community, any UX Tribe is an amazing community. They're doing really well. But you can join communities that will help you grow. Communities that are looking out for you. There's a community, in fact, there's a lot of communities I belong to, but there's one particular one that I've been there for like a year or so now. And the HR the admin only comes to tell us Happy New Month. And that's all. That's all. There's nothing about, there's this latest tool, there's a job, are you interested? There's nothing.
You're in a town hall.
Exactly, different. Thank you so much, everyone. I think I've spoken so much tonight, and I've taken so much time. Sorry about that, but thank you so much for listening to me tonight. God bless you. Sorry, Wally.
No problem, boss. All right, guys, let's just keep using let's just keep clapping. I want to see that clapping. I just want to see it for the next 1 minute. And we're just gonna do something in regards to some things that Femi mentioned. First of all, he said if you have creative block, go and eat though. Yeah, that's for the in as much you want to do something, don't stress yourself. So we're just gonna do 3 things in regards to what he said. So first thing, let us just type how the session was. I think Destiny Thompson just read my mind. Let's type in what we think about the session. Let's type in what we think about the session. I want to see it. Let's type in what we think about the session. Let's just put it in the chat box. It's only Destiny I've seen. Let's type in what we think in the comment in the chat box. I want to see it. Let's just what we think, what we feel, how was it? Because honestly, even me myself, I learned a lot. So you guys also should have learned a lot. I want to see it. We're like close to 60 persons on this call. Let's just type in how the session was, how impactful we felt. And after that, we're going to be doing 2 more things before the next speaker comes up. We're going to be doing 2 more things. Yeah. So in the next 1 minute, let's just type in how the session was. I want to see how the session was on the comments. Before we go into the next thing. So for people who are just joining, we have an issue with network. You can also go to the YouTube link and you can watch it live. So guys, we have like a couple of seconds for those who have not typed in. Don't be stubborn. Type. Don't be stubborn. Type. All right. So another thing we're going to be doing, because he mentioned something about networking, I didn't just struck my mind, and which is important that we all do. I intentionally do it. You network strategically. You don't just I know people follow random people, but you need to follow people who you will connect the dots with. So people who are in that same space with you and people who are going to help you grow in that same field. Always do it intentionally. Always do it intentionally. It's one of the things, that I do intentionally, and I want us to do it in this meeting. So first of all, I posted Femi's LinkedIn. I posted Femi's LinkedIn his LinkedIn link. I posted it a couple of. I'm going to do it now, and what I will expect everybody to do is go and connect with him. Go and, for this is an opportunity for you to connect with him. I'll post his LinkedIn. It's an opportunity for you to connect with him. Just connect with him. I'm going to put it here right now for those who are not connecting with him. Follow him and connect with him. I'll post mine. Also. Like somebody said, post yours. I'm going to post mine too. But I just dropped Femi's own, and I expect people just go there. I'm going to pin it, so I just pinned it. And after we do that, you all should start sending your link. I'll be following as you're dropping your link. So all of you go to your LinkedIn right now. It's going to be so easy if you're on system or you're on your mobile phone. Once you click Femi Richards' LinkedIn profile and you follow and connect with him, then what you should do next is click your own profile, copy your LinkedIn link, and you come and paste it here. I hope you all understand. If you understand, let's just use thumbs up or emoji that you understand. So once you click on Femi's LinkedIn profile and you connect and follow him, then go and just drop yours. I'm going to be intentional. I'm going to be clicking everybody's, and I'm going to be connecting and following you. So because it actually helps you grow, and it helps you also link up with other people, which is extremely very important. Just so you only have one job. Just click. As you are doing it, others too, you can just click on it and just connect with them and just follow them. Now, do you know what that means? It means that since I've decided to connect and follow you, you have to be dropping something valuable. So it means from tonight, the intentionality that you place on your LinkedIn profile, your LinkedIn account, in regards to what you do, you need to upgrade it now, because Femi need to be seeing things that are valuable. Because if Femi likes your post, you know what that does? Everybody on Femi's profile are going to be seeing that Femi likes your post. You understand what that means? So it means that you now need to intentionally be dropping valuable things on your account. Do you understand what I mean? If you are connecting and Femi accepts your connect, you now have access to send him a DM. So, and these are intentional things that you need to start doing. I'm going to intentionally myself. I know we're like 57 here, and I'm going to follow and connect with everybody. I will drop mine too in a couple of minutes. And this is honestly a lot of things that I said is extremely very expedient. Like I tell people, you see, first of all, the job market is crazy right now. So you don't want to be basic. Like you don't want to be basic. I was one of my mentees that I told her something recently, and I said it's good to know these things. I'm a fan of knowing things. Like me, I'm a software. I used to call myself software prostitutes, because when I tell people the number of software that I know how to use, where they're like, how do you learn all these things? Because I just enjoy. I told somebody that I know how to use almost all the Adobe softwares, from After Effects to Premiere Pro to Photoshop to Illustrator to which one did they have again? Adobe Firefly to Adobe Podcasts. I know how to use them. In the days of CorelDRAW, I know how to use CorelDRAW. When we are talking about doing designs of Dreamweaver, I don't know people that know Dreamweaver here. I was using Dreamweaver, CorelDRAW. Back in the days when it's Microsoft Front Page that we used to design websites. I don't know if people know what Microsoft Front Page, where you do basic HTML. Like I was using it then. I would just love it. WordPress, I know how to use it. So Figma, Sketch, Adobe XD. Sketch was even more prevalent when UI design started before Figma. Now, we're not saying that you should just be jumping around. You have to build capacity for all these things. But what we're saying is don't be basic. I was telling somebody, Framer is here now. Framer is here. Webflow is here. Bobo is here. Flutterflow is here. a lot of these things are here. I told somebody recently that I did a case study. I did 5 case study in 4 days. The person was just looking at me like, how? Why should I stress myself doing what I know how to do if I want to do them? When you have AI, AI would just AI would generate anything that you need, including competitive analysis. So nobody's saying you should not learn on this, but you need to make your life easier to learn better things. So which is extremely very important, that as tools are coming out, you need to get yourself acquainted with it. There are even some AIs inside Figma now that you need to get yourself acquainted with just to make the job easy. You are competing with a lot of people. There are some things that is I even not, we don't even talk about it, that are very important. A lot of my friends that have been going for interview, you get to the final stage, they cannot do workshop presentation. I hope we all know that knowing how to do workshop presentation as a UX designer is even important. Knowing how to do workshop presentation is extremely very important. Knowing how to do stand-up meeting is extremely very important. You understand? There are some management software that you need to know how to use. You need to get familiar with ClickUp, get familiar with Trello, because these are everyday tools that you are expected to use. That's why I said the job market is not favoring the entry level. I told someone yesterday, it's not really favoring the entry level, because the way you should, especially those Asian guys, the way those guys are moving, they are moving on the kind of train that you need to be fast. And these are part of the things I mentioned. I don't know, Femi, I don't know if it's possible. Can we have access to the slides? Because some of those
I'll share them with you.
Okay, some of those AIs, people need to get on it. Like, you see that cloud AI, honestly, it's just too interesting. He has all the AI that he has everything inside it, and it's just very sweet. And to be honest, the world is evolving. Your user experience needs to be crazy. So like me now, that I'm an Apple boy. There's nothing anybody can tell me to make me change my mind on anything that has to do with Apple. I'm an Apple boy. Everything I have is Apple. Like, I so love them. And why did I fall in love with Apple? It's because of user experience. The user experience is just too sweet. It's just too sweet. I prefer spending my money, but as long as it's Apple, I'm good. It's just because of the user experience, and which is actually important as a designer. Now we have ChatGPT. I don't type on ChatGPT anymore. I find it stressful. I want to be talking with ChatGPT. Anything I want to do with ChatGPT, I talk. I just open it and I talk, and I enjoy it. And if you know, when designing for accessibility was trending, was a thing, it's actually still a thing. It means the world is evolving. We are going into that stage. The way restaurants operate now, we are going into that stage. You're going to get it. I was showing somebody, my friend, who traveled to London. I was showing him, we enter into a restaurant, and most of the restaurant now, you are the one that will go and order your things yourself. I don't know if it's in Nigeria right now, but most of especially when you travel to some places in Europe, when you enter into restaurants, you go to the screen, you press everything you do, you pay, it brings out a ticket and you see a number, and in a couple of minutes, it's going to tell you to come and pick up your stuff. Now, that screen that you're looking at is designed by UX, it was done by a designer. Your TV, we now have smart TV. I'm just trying to open our mind, we now have smart TV. Those smart TV that you're looking at, it's designed by a UX designer. Those interfaces you are seeing, the way you like that TV, the way you're showing, it's done by, even your game. When a game pop up and you see how the design is, it's also done by a designer. When you start your car, you know that cars are going smart now. Cars are going smart now. It's done by. So these things are just there to make your life easier. And thank you once again, Femi. And this is actually very eye-opening. And I just want to move into the second speaker right now. I think she's already here. Let me just take a look. Just bear with me. I think she's already, yes, Grace is here. Grace is somebody I connected with. I also met Grace on social media. That's just it. Always connect with people. Grace is in Canada. She's a product designer. She's also one of the biggest companies, and she's very good. She's very good. Why is Oladimeji presenting? She's very good. So I'm just going to bring her up now. Grace, I don't know if you can hear me. If Grace can hear me. Grace, Mary, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can. Hi.
Hi, Grace.
Hello, everybody.
I know you're still. Are you still in the morning or afternoon? I'm not sure. American time.
It's 3:30. Yeah.
3:30 p.m. Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we have Grace Mary. So, you guys still drop your LinkedIn. I'll just connect and follow people now. Drop your LinkedIn and why Grace take us away.
Hey, hello everyone. Before I start sharing, I just want to do like a quick, maybe we could do a quick recap of what Femi Richards shared, because I feel like some of the presentation that I had initially prepared, we have like an overlap. So if you can drop in the chat, maybe some of the areas that he touched on, so that I don't go ahead, like I don't repeat it since I didn't join from the beginning of the session, that would be awesome. So I'll just give us like 1 or 2 minutes to do that. Or if there's one person that wants to volunteer to kind of like, can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. If there's someone that can volunteer to do like a quick recap, that would be awesome.
I think somebody is raising. Matthew is raising up his hands.
Okay, Matthew, please go for it.
I'm sorry, I can't pronounce this. Apologies, Matthew. If you want to speak, you can unmute your mic, Matthew. I don't think Matthew is there.
Okay.
But people are already dropping it in the chat, so you can check the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna check the chat now.
James, you can, if you want to speak, you can speak.
All right. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, James.
So I'll quickly go through. Yeah, thank you very much, Grace. So I'll quickly go through my notes here. So the first thing is when I joined.
Maybe just high level. Just high level will be fine.
What do you mean by high level?
So just like if he talked about voice AI or he talked about adaptive user interfaces, just kind of really high level, so that we don't do like another mini session within the session.
No problem. So yeah, I talked about using AI, voice AI, AR, and VR experiences. He spoke about imbibing hyper-personalization. Talked about strategic thinking, AI literacy, collaboration and leadership, data-driven decision-making, resilience and adaptability. And he spoke about building a strong personal brand using LinkedIn, then posting one's work strategically, networking, and embracing learning and seeking diverse opportunities.
Okay.
So that's the
Thank you very much. Yeah, because I had like some like slides on AI specifically, but with this, I think I wouldn't bother covering those. We can just go into some of the other things that I have planned. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen and then we can go from there. Which is which? Okay, let's share. Okay, awesome. Slideshow. I'm not even sure which is what. I'm kind of like share the tab instead. Okay, awesome. I think I'm gonna go ahead. I'll introduce myself, introduce what I'm gonna be sharing on, and then we can go into the conversation. Okay. I like grounding myself when I start every conversation with saying hi. So, hi everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about product design in 2025. I know Wally had mentioned that like the specific topic was UX design and how us as product designers or UX designers can position ourselves in 2025. But I kind of found that it was easier to distill the topic down to product design in 2025 because literally in a few days we're going to be going into 2025, and the way it's going to work is that rather than the way it's going to work, but what we're going to see is that what might be much more relevant to us or more practical, what would be a better or practical takeaway from this session are things that we can implement right now and right away. So that's why I decided to do that. And I feel like some of the other things we already know. And I think for like the typical things like creating a brag document or even networking, Femi has covered and all that. So those are things that we know, but it's just probably an action gap. So I feel like this, in terms of like what I'm going to be sharing, it's better to kind of go this direction. That said, I'm going to move on. My presentation of what I'm going to be sharing out is going to be a conversation. So I'm going to be asking questions. So feel free to unmute your mic and answer, or even just drop comments or questions in the chat, because I might not be looking at the chat because I'm looking at my slide right now, and I'm going to be talking from my head. So if you drop any questions, Olawale, please, if you drop any questions and I need to, like, you feel like I need to pause to answer that, just let me know and then I'll pause. So I want it to be like a conversation rather than me telling you this. So, and since I feel like we're going to have a little bit more time, we might also do like ask me anything session. We have a Q&A at the bottom, but because I have like shorter slides, then maybe we can just do, you have questions, drop it and then I answer. Okay. That said, I'm gonna move on. So this is what I have planned, or this is what I had planned. I was gonna tell you about myself, basically why am I qualified to share about product design in 2025. And I was gonna kind of preface the conversation with helping you understand why what I'm gonna be sharing is important. And then after that, I was gonna go into AI related trends, but since Femi Richards already covered that, I wouldn't do that. I'm just going to jump to the non-AI related trends, which we would find might still be related to AI in one way or the other. And then the last one would be visual design trends. And we're going to have like questions and answers. However, as I said before, if I'm talking too fast, let me know, because I talk really fast. And okay, I'm going to slow down because I feel like I'm talking too fast. So if I'm talking too fast, let me know. And if you feel like you have any questions, maybe you need me to clarify certain things that I've said or whatnot, also let me know. Okay, awesome. Moving on. About me. So instead of doing like the boring timeline that people typically have where they say, oh, I have so years of experience and I've worked with this company, I've worked with that company, I decided to do a visual dump of what I'm passionate about, my experience, and some of the things I'm currently doing right now. So I'm going to check in the chat, which of these would you like me to talk about? So you can, so from what you see right now, you can see community builder, you can see educator, photographer, university professor. Which of these would you like me to talk about? Let me check the chat.
Community builder.
Okay, maybe let's pick three. Any other thing? University professor. Okay, community builder. Okay, keep it coming. Awesome, keep it coming. So we have two: university professor, community builder. Maybe one more. Okay, in-house designer. Awesome. So, as I mentioned before, this is. Oh, okay, interesting. This is kind of like a summary of what I'm passionate about, what I am excited for right now, and also some of the things that I've done in the past. So I'm going to just do a quick share of my path into product design. So unlike a lot of, maybe I won't say unlike a lot of other people, but I got into tech or into product design specifically through an untraditional path. What that basically means is that I did not go to, I do not have a higher university education that relates to design. So like some of us here, I took like a boot camp, and then I did a lot of self-taught elements, and then I applied for a job with my portfolio and I got the job, and that's how I basically started my career in design. However, before then, I was a university professor. So I taught I went to school back in Nigeria, and after I finished my undergrad, I went out of the country to the UK, specifically the University of Birmingham. That's why you can see this here. I went to the University of Birmingham, and I studied international studies. International studies, international political economy. So unrelated to what I currently do right now. And I went back home and I got a job at a private university back home in Nigeria. And I taught for 4 years. So, like, interestingly enough, one of my students sent me a message on Instagram, was like, oh, my supervisor, because I supervise his projects. And kind of like fast forward a couple of years after. So after doing that for over 4 years, I decided that I wanted to do more because I felt like my brain was dying. So I wanted to do more because, of course, if you kind of stumble on me on Instagram or somewhere else, you find that I'm more a creative person than a logical person. So when we're talking about the left and the right side of the brain, I'm still logical. But if you talk about like the ratio, I'm more creative than logical. So I said I wanted to do pursue my passion for fashion design specifically. So that's how I kind of got into my own business, did that for a couple of years. And after that, I was like, I did that for over 7 years. And I was like, do you know what? I want something more. You know, there's always that quest for more. So I wanted something more. And that's how I discovered product design. My sister told me about it and she said, Grace, I think you're going to make a great product designer. So I said, okay, what exactly is that? So I started my research and I found out what product design was. I took a boot camp, but of course, boot camps, in my opinion, this is my opinion, I stand corrected. Sometimes, especially if they are just like a couple of months, they only provide you with the foundational knowledge. You need to get and do your own work, do a lot of work to ensure that, for example, your portfolio that you are sharing or presenting to the employer actually matches or supersedes their expectation. So I did all that. And the first job that I got as an intern was at Fort Canvas. You probably know that it's a Nigerian design and web agency. So yeah, I became one of the in-house designers, and I was opportunity to work on a lot of projects because at that time, myself and a couple of other people were the only product designers within the agency. So that was like a good stepping stone for me. And a couple of months later, I got a different job entirely. So when Femi Richards was talking about networking and leveraging your network, that's basically what, like, I'll say most of the opportunities that I've gotten in my life is through networking. Whether it was in, and when people talk about networking, people just feel like it's just cold emailing people or kind of reaching out to them randomly. But the truth is, networking requires a certain level of skill. It requires intentionality. It requires building relationship. It requires actually getting to know the person. So, for example, people would say just go to LinkedIn, you know, network with people on LinkedIn. However, there are people who would not respond to you or add you to their network if you do not put like a custom message attached to that. Sometimes, even though you put those messages, you need to personalize it to whatever they are interested in. So a quick tip for you would be, if you decide to reach out to people or connect to people on LinkedIn, you should actually look at what they do, look at what they're interested in, look at what they've talked about, and customize the reach out message and say, hi, Femi Richards, you were just at our community meetup a couple of days ago. You talked about this, which resonated really well with me, and I would like to connect with you. You know, do not just add the person up randomly. Especially some people would say, okay, fine, this person is in the same field as I am, and they'll add you. But the next level is that level of intentionality. So if you want to connect with people, I would say that's a quick tip. Anyways, that said, I got the job as as an agency designer, but a couple of months after, I got an in-house design job at Africrea. I don't know if any of us know about Africrea. Africrea is a SaaS marketplace, and at this time I was still back in Nigeria, right? And the interesting thing is that as a fashion entrepreneur, I was using their platform. So my pitch to them was, and actually I went for one of their meetups in Nigeria. So it was basically for like basically to talk to us, the sellers on the platform, about the product or maybe the features of the of a new, actually it was a new product they were offering, a credit card, not a credit card, a debit card for payouts and whatnot. So I went there, and for some reason I'm just like, oh, I actually have a question. So I noticed in your product XYZ doesn't match with the expectation, blah 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 blah. And they were like, yeah. I'm like, that's not a good user experience. And at that time, the truth is, I wasn't even fully ready to take on the role if they had said, oh, Grace, become the product designer at this company. So, but I just said, if you're looking to hire someone who has a good knowledge of the product because they use it, I'm open to that opportunity. And of course, they kind of nodded and moved on. And then after I feel like I'm going into a lot of storytelling, but I think it's going to be useful lessons because maybe it's going to provide like a useful context or useful lesson for someone here. So I'm going to speed it up, but still continue. And after that, you know, myself and a couple of people were talking with the CSO, and we just kind of had a conversation about the product. And to be honest, I was really excited about the product. So I just kept on providing a lot of tips and insights. I was like, oh, we could do this, we could do that. And I just said to the CSOs, I was like, you see, you guys have not even hired me yet, and I'm already providing a lot of nuggets and whatnot. Should I send my resume in? And he was like, okay, yeah, I don't know if the CSO the CTO is ready to hire yet. However, if you send your resume, I would forward it to him. And basically that was the starting of the conversation that got me the role as an in-house designer at Africrea. Fast forward a couple of years after that, I moved to Canada. I was looking to transition from Africrea. I got like an interim job here in Canada, but I was in a community. Oh, when I call it a community, I'll say a WhatsApp group of other tech people. And I saw that a recruiter sent out she was looking for an engineer at a particular company. And I was like, let me even see if they have like a role for product designer. So I went to the link and I saw that they were actually searching for product designers. And I reached out to her and said, introduced myself, told her what I could do. So I didn't just say, oh, I noticed that you have a job in like opening for a product designer, I'm interested. No, I said to her, I feel like I'm a good fit for this role because of XYZ. And she was like, do you mind sending me your LinkedIn? Which is why it's also important to optimize your LinkedIn. So most recruiters will go to your LinkedIn. Sometimes they wouldn't bother opening your resume. But if your LinkedIn isn't optimized, then you're kind of shooting yourself on the feet because it's just like you're creating a gap, right? You're creating a gap. You're creating a place for them to ask questions or question your abilities. You might be able to do the job, but you need to also position yourself in such a way that you make yourself very attractive to anyone who is hiring. Anyways, that said, funny enough, she said, oh, she wasn't the one hiring for the job, but that she would forward my resume to the person hiring for the role. And it was like months later, I had gotten another job, I'd forgotten about this role, and someone reached out to me, we looked at your LinkedIn, looked at your resume, looked at this, and we feel like you're a good fit for the job. In summary, that's basically how I have gotten here. So right now, currently, I work as an in-house designer at Yelp. I am on the content and contributions team. And basically what I do is, what we do on my team is ensuring that whatever reviews that people, basically ensuring that whatever reviews people drop is trusted, and also ensuring that we increase the amount of content around reviews, photos, videos, whatnot on the platform, because it kind of fits into our overall flywheel as an organization. So that's I was going to say that's the short of it, but that's the long of it. I hope I answered your questions, those of us that, and in terms of community builder, basically, I'm someone who is passionate about building communities. So whether it is product design communities, or even here in Canada, I have a social community that I am building. So I'm passionate about building community because I believe that it's better to go at it together than to do it individually or alone. So I'm super excited for you that you are in UX Tribe, like a great community where you can get the resources, the support, whether it's emotional support or whatever support you get to ensure that your career is on the right trajectory. Okay, enough about me. Let's get into the conversation of today. As I said before, I'm going to skip past the AI related topic. So I'm going to, hopefully I skip that. Okay, overview. Why am I kind of approaching the conversation from this direction? As I mentioned before, the world is changing, and the world is changing really fast. And as product designers, in order for us to be able to compete effectively and efficiently in 2025, we need to have an understanding of what is trending. And I use trending, like you see me kind of doing my hand like this, trending, because yes, to know the trends is good, but if we do not act on it, like if we do not take, if our takeaways are not actionable, then the information about the trends is just useless. So the question is, how should product designers react to the trends that are happening in tech and by extension product design? So basically, of course, we don't want to be obsolete, right? People, as I don't know if it was Emolawale or Femi Richards that mentioned that a lot of people, especially in the West or even in Asia, India, China, they are doing the most, to be honest. Like if you see a lot of things that people who are just going into the tech space are doing, right? You want to ensure that you are on par, like you are able to compete at least or do even more. So to ensure that you are at that level, it's best for you to have the information and then act on it where possible. But something I also say is that there's a lot of information out there. There are a lot of new softwares out there. Yes, it's important to follow the trend and know the trend, but I also say that you should pace yourself, otherwise you'll burn out. So, and should pace yourself and figure out what is right for your situation. Basically, what is right for you might not necessarily be what is right for the next person. So this is kind of like aside, but something that I always recommend to product designers or anyone who is even starting out or has been in the field for a while is do an audit of your skill set. So basically, if you are thinking, okay, I should be an entry-level designer or associate or senior, what you should do is do an audit. So write down all your skill sets and then look for, say, that next role you want to apply for. For example, let's say a job at Figma. Go through the job description and highlight some of the things that they are asking for. Pick at least 2 to 3 job openings that you feel like you would like to apply for. Then collect all the skill sets they're looking for, compare it against what you have, right? When you do that comparison, you know what the gap is. So if, for example, most of the applications that you are interested in is saying that you probably need to have say skills in animation or prototyping or whatnot, and maybe you do not have that, then you know that it's an important skill to acquire. And also kind of put it in the level of, what's the word, importance. How critical is it to you getting a job? And then start with the most important one and then go from there. That way, you're not burning yourself out trying to learn all the tools that are out there. Just start with the most important one. That said, it's important to know the trends. Yes, so the foundation is very important, but it's also important to know the trends and know how to act on that. So I'm going to be using the word product design a lot. I know we are probably more familiar with the word UX design. When you hear me say product design, for this presentation, they are one and the same thing. I know that they have their nuances, they're somewhat different here and there. But if you hear me say product design, I mean, I use UX design, I use product design. For this presentation, I mean the same thing. Okay, So yeah, this is basically what I talked about on that first slide, that the world as we know it is changing, like, and it's changing rapidly. So the way we we're approaching design right now is kind of very different from the way we approach design a year ago or the year before that, because the world has changed. And why is it important for you to understand these trends? You need to understand these trends to be able to influence product decisions through design. I think a lot of people think that the reason, or not a lot of people, some people think that the reason why they are, or some people think design is just more about the user interface. But of course, we know that design goes beyond that. Design influences how we see things. Design influences the overall experience that a user has on a product. Design influences the bottom line of the business, and that is also important, like really important. So which is why we as designers, we need to understand how to better influence design product decisions through our designs. And then how do we influence that? We influence it by building products that people love and want to tell other people about, and also makes, of course, the business house have to love it. If not, it's not worth it because they're not making money from it. So yeah, and finally, and also importantly, is so as not to get obsolete. So you want to ensure that your skills are on par, and so that when you're probably applying for a job or within that your job, you don't become redundant. That said, we're going to skip this to the that's supposed to say non-AI related trend, not non-related trends, but yeah. So non-AI related trends. So Femi had talked about the AI related trends, and some of them that I had on my list, which basically re-echoes what he had said. He had said, okay, let me go back here. He had said was designing for voice AI or voice user interfaces. A lot of us probably have, like, we have iPhones, right? A lot of us have iPhones, like, we use Siri a lot, right? The way we interact with Siri, the way we interact with Alexa, for people who have Alexa, right, is different from the way we physically interact with our phones or the products or digital products on our phones. And so basically that I'm saying that, or I'm kind of re-emphasizing that, because as I mentioned before, the way we are designing, or the way we will be designing in 2025, is different from the way we were designing maybe a year before now, or more so in this year. And moving from this AI related trends to non-AI trends, there are also non-AI related trends that are big, or I would say growing. And one of them is, I think Femi mentioned this as well, is data storytelling. Or I think he talked about data and basically understanding data and using data to inform your design. But I'm taking it from a different perspective entirely, which is what we call data storytelling and visualization. And if we think about storytelling, let me just kind of breaking everything down one by one. Data is basically information. Storytelling is basically, I feel like we do storytelling every day, right? You come back from work and you have this gist for the next person around you. The way you communicate that gist informs whether you are a good storyteller or not. Because sometimes there's some people that are not good storytellers. They are not like, oh, I wish it was someone else that said and that gave me this gist. This gist is not tough. This gist is not interesting. So, and then in terms of like visualization is taking that data, making it tell a story, but also visualizing in a way that it communicates to the end users who would be using this product. So a lot of times we design interfaces and there's a lot of information. So I don't know if this was mentioned before, but in this day and age, we collect a lot of information from users. So whether it's our wristwatches, so for example, our iWatches or our Fitbits, all those interfaces collect information from individuals. And as a result of that, companies or businesses or these apps have a huge amount of information about the user. Think about ChatGPT. Literally any prompt you ask ChatGPT, it saves that information. For example, my sister gave birth to a set of twins a couple of months ago, and I told ChatGPT recently to do a summary of my 2025 using the information it had about me, and told me congratulations that I had a twin. I had like I gave birth to a set of twins. I was like, no, that's my sister. Just because I had imputed that information without kind of specifically saying what the context was. But that goes to tell you the amount of information these systems collect from us. So whether it's because when you are signing up for an app, right, it will ask you for your name. Sometimes it'll ask you for your location. You give it. Sometimes they'll ask you to enable cookie, so it will track your activities on other platforms. Sometimes these platforms would ask you for, or these apps would ask you to provide a lot of confidential information about yourself, your birthday, your house address, and whatnot. And if it's a lifestyle app like your wristwatch, it knows your health condition even before you know it, right? That's how smart these applications are right now. However, a lot of these applications just collect these data and they do not utilize it in a way that helps the end users. So now the direction we're moving towards in 2025 is, how do we as product designers take that information and visualize it through storytelling to make those complex data easier for a user to understand and make it engaging. A good example that I have here is Spotify Wrapped. A lot of us, once at the end of the year, we have our YouTube Wrapped or our Spotify Wrapped, and a lot of other businesses are doing exactly the same. You have the Yelp end of year summary. You have a lot of other apps doing exactly the same. This is a great example of data storytelling, because the data visualization on its own is just saying, I take this information and make it easy for you to understand. And that's it. But data storytelling goes an additional step where it then even makes the users evangelist of the product. You know, because people now would want to use this product. Like if I were a Spotify user, I want to use my app even more during the year so that I get a robust Spotify Wrapped at the end of the year, right? All these things have product metrics attached to it that the users might not be aware of. So probably in the back end, when this product or this feature was being designed, maybe the conversation was, how do we promote delight on Spotify for users? Or we have this amount of information we collect from users. How do we make it more delightful for them? You know, how do we make it easier for these people to let go? Because a lot of, especially in this side of the world, a lot of people care about how their information is used. So they will not let go of that information except they know, or they have extra motivation to do so. So now this is us as product designers taking that information they readily provide and customizing the experience in such a way that the data tells a story. There's something actionable out of it. Another good example would be your iWatches, right? When you close a ring, it lets you know that you've closed the ring for that day. And it visually tells you, because then you have a badge that goes into your library, and you see all the badges that you have for that particular app. So the question to us as product designers would be, how do you make your otherwise boring products, boring air quotes, because data could be boring when we do not visualize it in the best way for the users to consume. So how do you make that otherwise boring product more engaging and actionable for the end users? So that's where we come, like our skill set, or we as product designers would then come in to say, oh, yes, this application collects this information from this user and that information from the user. How do we customize their experience in such a way that is pleasurable for them, but beyond that pleasure, they also have something actionable to take away from it? So yeah, so that's like one of the areas that we need to watch out for going into 2025. Okay, the next one will be designing for connection. So when we talk about, maybe with a thumbs up or using the emoji, how many of us use any of these platforms? Instagram, TikTok, YouTube? Okay, yeah, a lot of us. So we know that, I feel like if we use any of these platforms, we know that engagement is important. Engagement in the sense, not engagement that someone necessarily liked your video or commented on it, but let me rephrase that. Not in the sense that people saw your video and liked it, but more the community building that comes from that engagement. And I'm going to explain why it is important. So the end goal for us as product designers should be to design for connection, because the world is moving from a place where people are independent or islands of themselves. People go to restaurants, right? And they want to let the whole world know that they went to a restaurant. Why? Of course, some people want to show off, but beyond showing off is that connection. They want to they want to feel connected to someone else on that application. So whether it's LinkedIn, which is why when you go to all these social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, LinkedIn, Snapchat, like we have a dozen of them, right? Some of the key actions you can take as a user would be to like the post, to comment on the post, to you yourself also post. But the reason why all these things are becoming important within user interfaces is because people can never be independent of themselves. There's always that community portion of it. People want to feel connected to the next person in the world. And we've moved a lot from physical connection, which is why recently my sister sent me a video that's like a data visualization of how people find their partners. And initially it was through friends and family. And then if you like I think it was over 40 years. But now the number one place that people meet their life partner is online. And that goes to tell you that a lot of our engagement, a lot of our interaction happens online. And most of this app, basically, what they're trying to do is to mimic what happens in real life. So that most of your friends, especially a lot of us that live in Nigeria, a lot of people have jackpot. So at least 50% of the people you know, and UK, there maybe some in Canada, some in US. But how do you keep that connection with them through these applications? And who built these applications? We as product designers, we are the ones that built these applications. And then when we begin to think about metrics like retention, one of the arguably, or maybe I do not have like a specific number, but I will tell you for free that in terms of retention, one of the biggest what's the word? I'm looking for a word. The biggest contributors to user retention on an app is community engagement. So imagine that you go to Facebook, right? And nothing is literally happening there. Nobody is posting any content. There'll be no content for you to comment on. Or maybe everyone is posting, nobody's commenting on each other's content. It becomes boring after a while. So community engagement is a key part of consumer interfaces. And that's kind of not new in a sense. However, moving into 2025, or even from now moving on to 2025, a big portion of that engagement would come through video content. So which is why you see that a lot of platforms will reward people for posting content. TikTok, for example, YouTube has their reward program. Instagram has something that somewhat encourages people to post more content. Even LinkedIn finds a way to reward people. It might not be monetary rewards that all these platforms have, but there's some sort of reward that they provide to users for engaging with or for posting content. So video is now a key part of like a key content going into 2025. So, and the question is, how do you then take this information and use it in your design as a product designer? As I've mentioned before, depending on the kind of products you build, but more so consumer-facing interfaces, you might want to consider or ask yourself the question, how do we integrate video into our platforms? You know, and the reason why you're asking this is because, yeah, like, I know that videos will drive engagement, and it might also increase retention. The reason why retention is important is because if you look at the average, that's a word. I feel like I'm also always missing a word. The attention span of an average person. Right now, our attention span is as short as that of a goldfish, unfortunately. So it means that in order for your product to be successful, you must keep users engaged, and you must keep people coming back. And one way to do that is to integrate video content into your platforms. So yeah, that's kind of what designing for connection. So designing for connection essentially is think about the product you're designing. Where can you leverage connection within this video, within this platform? How, like, even Duolingo does this. Why do you think Duolingo tells you, oh, do like I've forgotten the word they use, but it's like a match between yourself and a friend, right? Why? Because they know that if you have friends, if you have connections within the app, the likelihood that you will come back is higher. And that means more money for the business overall. So think about it. How can I integrate connection within the products that I design? Maybe I should pause for questions. Does anyone have any question about this, or data storytelling and visualization, and then designing for connection? Okay, I don't see any questions, but if you have, just drop it in the chat. And I think someone already talked about this, but I'm going to kind of breeze through it and move on. So designing for diverse interfaces. So right now, we know that we have like, I think it was Olawale that was talking about it, that when you get into a car, most of these cars have visual displays. You have to design for those. When you go to a restaurant, especially in this side of the world, you have, you can order your food on the screen within the restaurant. When you are out moving, you have your wristwatch display that you need to design for. When you are watching your Netflix, that's a display that you need to design for. On your mobile phones, which you are probably already conversant with, that's a display you need to design for. And also, like, now we're going into the season or the era of wearables. So beyond your wristwatch, you have glasses. For example, Meta has the Meta glasses. You have Oculus. You have a lot of them, right? That you need to design for. So now we need to be thinking about how, I think more beyond designing for the diverse interfaces is more like designing for connection between the interfaces. So yes, you probably know how to design for a small interface or a big one, or, you know, and make your design adaptable across devices or responsive across devices. But now, as designers, we need to think about how our design scale across different platforms. So think about this. When you start watching your maybe a movie on Netflix, right, on your phone, you're like, okay, this phone, I'm at home now, let me go to my TV. You go there, you continue, you don't think about how seamless the experience is, because good user experience, you almost never think about it. It's seamless, right? Or you are on your wristwatch and you're able to scroll through your apps. But then when you pick up your phone, the exact same app lives on your phone. You can look at some of your badges on your wristwatch, like from the Apple Fitness app or the tracker. you can see those things on your phone. So basically, it is in that interconnection is seamless. You have a single ecosystem, but seamless experience. Single ecosystem, different size of devices or different types of devices, but with a seamless experience. Now that's the kind of level or the bar that's the minimum threshold right now for our designs. When you design for a mobile app, you need to begin to think about how does this transition seamlessly into a bigger screen, for example, like the TV, or how does this scale down into a smaller application like the phone, like the wristwatch. And then beyond that, it's not just thinking about the sizes of the devices, which is something I said before, but think about what is useful for each context. So contextual awareness is something that would be key for designers. You need to be like, the way that I use my phone is different from the way I use my TV. So all those considerations you need to consider all those things when you're putting together your designs, especially if your brief, for example, has multiple platforms. Of course, there are some apps that would start, like in terms of like milestone 1, they'll say, oh, let's design for the mobile device only, and then we can scale from there. But even beyond that, like product thinking, you need to apply a lot of product thinking into this. So for example, if you are a freelance designer and a client comes to you and says, oh, I want to design for this device, that device, this device, that device, you would want to sit down and look at it holistically to say, does it make sense for us to design for all the devices right now? Or maybe they're like, we don't think our users will be found on like a TV or any other, maybe on a wristwatch. You need to actually do the thinking for them, because you're like, okay, your users would typically use an iOS, and iOS is interconnected in such way and such way, and maybe it's something we shouldn't think about right now, but it's something that we should put on the roadmap. So those are kind of like the thinking that you need to have. You need to be thinking about scalability. You need to be thinking about the entire ecosystem when you design. Okay, I feel like I just rambled on about this point. So if you have any question, this will be a good time to drop the question in the chat so I can answer it. Okay, gone. Okay, no questions. So those are kind of some of the non-AI and product design trends that I had shared. Of course, that's not an exhaustive list. There are way more. And actually, I have put together a YouTube video on that, but of course, it's not out yet. So feel free to check it out, or maybe subscribe to my YouTube channel, and then eventually you would get the alert when it does come out in a few days. But yeah, those are just kind of some of the ones I felt like I should highlight to you. Okay, let's move on to visual design trends. So personally, I don't have anything against visual design, but I wouldn't say, like, if they put maybe myself and Wally in the same room, I probably would advocate for, like, what I'm going to be advocating for would not be on the same, like, it wouldn't be visual design first. And I guess I have my reasons why, because I understand that with visual design, I think you can, if your user experience is good enough, in some cases, you can, what's the word? You can pass, like, in some products. Like a good example is, what's the name of that platform where people go online and ask questions? It's like, it's basically the Reddit, but for Nigeria. I'm trying to remember the name. But yeah, that platform has, in my opinion, take it with a pinch of salt, has like the worst user experience. However, people still go there because they find what they look for, what they're looking for. Anyways, the reason why I'm saying that is that visual design trends are important, but you need to also kind of match them with great user experiences. Nairaland, that's the one. Nairaland. You need to match them with great user experiences. So, as I talk about these trends, it's good for you to have an understanding of some of them that are coming up on the horizon, but then think about it as a way to improve the overall user experience. Okay, let's go. First one is bold minimalism. So minimalism isn't something that is new in the design space. In 2024, we had like a lot of minimalist design flying around here and there. However, the difference between what we have now or what we're going to be seeing in 2025 is that this is basically minimalism on steroids, if I should say so, or minimalism that went to the gym, right? It's kind of minimalism, but a little bit much more bolder. So a different way to call this trend would be maximalist minimalism. So it's just like it's a good boundary between maximalism, not necessarily, but it's just basically minimalism, but it's bolder. So as you can see here, one of the key elements of the trend is that it uses bold typefaces. So this is a good example of a minimalist design. So you would probably see more of these on graphic design, say on the graphic design front, but this can also be used in product design. And this will come to play, especially when you're designing landing pages or websites, right? And because with this, you can play around with the styles. Also, if you're designing your portfolio, this is also an approach you can take. Of course, don't overdo it at the expense of like the user experience, because sometimes some people use this visual design element so much so that maybe now I'm looking for the navigation, but maybe they put the navigation on the side nav. I have someone I was mentoring, and then she had this really nice website, but I was like, how do I get to your project? I think she stacked them on the side as like tabs, and I'm like, yeah, I might be able to find it, but think about the context of use. Say the person who's going to be hiring you, that person is going to be looking at over 200 or 300 different portfolios, or even and also cover letters and resumes. They do not have the time to look for your navigation. So kind of think about that when you design. So all this to say that this is a very great trend to use, but use it cautiously. Think about the user experience as you use it. So you can see that it has bold colors, bright colors, and powerful visuals. So if this might be a good direction for you to go, if this is how your brand, your personal brand kind of looks like, and you can use it for your portfolio, but you can also use it for other websites. So like a lot of tech startups this can easily work for tech startups website. For like this style can work for a tech startup website. So yeah. Next one is retro and nostalgic designs. So basically, we see a lot of retro coming back, or retro styles coming back in terms of like the typefaces. So if you go to TikTok and if you go to Instagram, if you open the texts, right? I think it was last month or the month before, they introduced retro fonts. Those were not there before. This is a signal to show that retro is the new trend. So, and the reason why retro is coming back is because it provides that sense of warmth. It also is familiar, it's fresh. And sometimes a lot of like, two ways that this retro trend has come back is using retro serif fonts. As I mentioned before, if you go to Instagram, if you go to TikTok, you'd see those retro fonts being reintroduced into the user interface when the user is trying to type like a title or add text to their videos or their content. Also, another way you would see this used is textured background. So this is not the best image because it's pixelated, but if you find something that is better, you would see that YouTube Wrapped use textured backgrounds. So it kind of gives that ephemeral look to your design. It gives it that 3D feel without overpowering the designs or the details within the design you want the users to see. So when you use this, ensure that you like, of course, you use it cautiously so that you don't have too much of the texture of the background overpowering the content. And so of course, where you can use this is also limited. Maybe you might not be able to use it within the UI of an application, but it might be, you might be able to use it within a feature. For example, YouTube Wrap is a feature, right? When we talk about visualization, maybe you can use it in the areas where you have to do a bit of visualization, or you can use it on a website rather than a mobile app. But funny, interesting thing is, I've seen a lot of apps that have used this this trend or this style, and they've used it successfully. It's just kind of figuring out what your intent with the product is, and then kind of approaching it from that direction. Okay, I think this is the last one. I think, yeah, well, second to the last one, sound as a design element. So basically, when we talk about sound, we talk about sonic branding, right? If you, I don't know if any of us we've turned on Netflix and we hear that to-dum sound, to-dum. So even we think back in the days where you used to use Nokia phone and it had a particular ringtone, that you literally know that when that sound and that phone, the ringtone comes on, you know that the person is using a Nokia phone. But like, it has gone beyond that, just having that sonic sound or branding to being used within the interface itself. So when we talk about using it within the interface, this basically means that we can then begin to think about a case, like using it to create delight. And when I talk about delight is, think about, say, Duolingo. The reason why I'm using Duolingo is because I use Duolingo, so I know how it works. When you have a small achievement, so for example, you get 5 answers in a row, Duo makes a particular sound, right? For as human beings, that registers as, oh, I did something right. And then when you get 10, the sound the app makes is slightly different and is slightly bigger. And then when you complete a full level, the sound it makes is even larger. So it's kind of like, it has that grade to how it uses sound. And now sound has become so important within design that a lot of apps are integrating it. A lot of apps are integrating it into their platform. So if you, as product designers, think about it, where would it make sense to use sound to add delight to my product? Because yes, you could do the confetti, right? But imagine, like, depending on the level of achievement the user accomplishes, how can I create a system where I don't over celebrate the user when it is a small action and under celebrate them when it's a big action? So that balance. So yeah, that's basically what sound as a key design element is. I think someone had a question. I think I can take that question. Yeah.
I think Olagunju, you're raising up your hands. Olagunju Oluwatobi.
Maybe they did not have a question. Maybe it was just an error. Okay, I think so then I'm going to kind of skip over this micro interactions and animation. So we've seen this in a lot of designs, but maybe ask yourself as a product designer, do I use this in my designs? How can I ensure that I have a kind of following the sonic branding or sound as a design element? You also have micro interactions, which kind of go hand in hand. So you see the confettis, you see when you tap the buttons on an application, you know, the response, right? Even so much so that now we have the apps kind of, there's a word they call it, but they vibrate when you do certain actions. So on your mobile phone, when you use ChatGPT and it's kind of collecting your answers, it has that minor vibration. So think about all those things like as ways that you can help or improve the user experience within your product. And then in terms of like us as designers, maybe this is also a skill set that you could gain. So think about taking animation classes, and so if you want to kind of be like a 360 designer, well-rounded designer, and you want to also design the micro interactions within your applications, you could consider that. And then interactive elements. So for example, this is LinkedIn. LinkedIn has games. Why does LinkedIn have games? Because it realizes that engagement is important to keep people on the platform, you know, and keep people using their app, or even keep the users excited about this application. So you could include interactive elements like this. Same thing, TikTok has an interactive element, interactive elements. Instagram has interactive elements where you tap to add your photo, or tap to kind of upload photos to that. There's a word they call it. So those things that are like a button and says you 24 hours ago, and you just tap to add. So those are kind of interactive elements within the application. Okay, and that's it for me. Any questions? I know you guys have probably had a really long day and a very long session. Questions? Okay. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Please call me Egu.
All right.
I like the sound of it. Money.
Hi, good evening. Hi, Grace. Thank you so much for the enlightening session. It's really been an amazing time. Thank you so much. I love the way you speak too. So my question is, I've been listening to you, and right now I feel like we need to do so much. Right now I feel like I'm left behind. Hearing you speak about these things. So it seems like we need to do so much. How do you think we can get along and not feel overwhelmed? How do you think we can do all those things and still feel relevant in the industry? Do you get me?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So your question is, how do you create balance? Like, because the thing is, you also need to balance doing what you need to do, but also there's also you are just a human being. You're just a single human being. You have 24 hours within your time. As I said, when I was beginning, I'm like, there's a lot to be done, but maybe think about what is relevant for your situation. So all these are just information, right? Now you're basically presented with this information, and then it's now left for you to analyze what works for me, or what would work for me. So for example, say someone who works on consumer side is different from someone who works on the business side. Consumer side will probably be more focused on things like video content, interactions, animations, and whatnot. But if you're working on the business side, so like dashboard and whatnot, maybe your focus would be more on visualization, right? Because you have a ton of data that you need to visualize. So that's why I said it depends on what your goal is as an individual, what kind of product you're looking to work, like what side of the business you're looking to work on or work in. And also, yeah. So are you working on consumer product or enterprise? And then based on that, you also even deep dive even further. What is your unique selling point? What is your goal as an individual? So kind of asking yourself those questions can help you, because someone who wants to work with an agency, for example, or works with an agency, might need to have a lot more tools within their toolbox, right? They might want the startup agency might ask them to do the animation for the product, managing the client, doing this, doing that. But if you work in a bigger company, you might already have a project manager, so you might not need to manage a project. You would probably most likely have a PM. The person would then be the person advocating for the business. So maybe in your own area, what you then focus more on is advocating for the users, but within the lens, looking through the lens of the business, right? And in that sense, maybe you don't then need to get a lot of all the other things that people have recommended. But I would say barest minimum, in my opinion, right? The barest minimum tool or skill set you need to have is AI literacy. Does it mean that you should probably take a course in AI? Not necessarily, but I would say start by understanding how AI affects product. Because now AI is no longer something that is far-reaching. It's actually something that is part of our products. So if you go to Google, you will see AI summaries where you search for a particular keyword or a particular term, and it summarizes all the results there into the first into a chunk at the top that you can read and get a sense of what the answers are. Or you go into other non-AI products, but you see an AI chat bar, right? So understanding how AI works would also help you build this product, because now most of the things that you're going to be designing would have AI integration. So if you do not understand how AI works, then how would you be able to design those products? So I'll say AI literacy is important. That should be like the barest minimum. Visual storytelling is important, but maybe more important for someone working on the enterprise side versus someone working on the consumer side. So I'm just saying, take all the information we've given you today, analyze it, and figure out what works for your situation. And if you're still, say, for example, transitioning, you haven't gotten a job, think about it through this other lens where you're like, what kind of job do I want to get? Yes, it's better to cast a wider net, right? But sometimes there's this phrase that I wrote down. It says, big enough to be varied, but focused enough to be specific. So you don't want to spread yourself too thin by learning everything, but you're not good at them, right? But you don't want to know only one thing really well without having a knowledge of some of the other tools or trends out there. So it's good that you have the knowledge, but just then analyze it and figure out which to prioritize. I hope that answers your question. That was like a long-winded answer.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. I'll go over the recording and listen to it and digest what you said. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. And as I mentioned before, do the what I'll call the and more or less an analysis of your skill set. So look for 3 job openings that you're interested in, right? And put the 3 of them in ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT to bring out the key skill set that is required for those roles. Then put your resume in ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT to compare those skill sets with what you have, and then tell it to show you the area of gaps, right? And then based on that gap, start from there. So yeah, someone else has a question.
Alex.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, guys. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Alexander from Ghana, a UX designer. Okay. My question is that personally, I'm more drawn to the UX research aspect of the whole design flow. But then I've realized that of late, most of the job descriptions that do come out, they are more interested in the UI than just purely user research roles. And so for someone like me who is more interested in the UX research aspect, how do I navigate this and then try to get jobs in the market? Thank you very much.
That's a great question. So yeah, as you mentioned, there are probably, especially in Africa, there might be more openings for UI or UX than user research. I would say maybe what you could do. I know you're interested in research, but you could that's what they call gap, like a gap job, right? So you want the UX research job, but in the interim, is there any other role you can take that you can then showcase your UX research skills, and then maybe then transition to the UX research department from there. So sometimes some companies might have UX research department, but they might not have an opening there. And then you can say, oh, yes, I'm not great at UI, or I'm not interested in UI, but I can do it anyway. And then because the truth is, especially in startups, you will need your UX research skills because they probably do not even have any foundational research. So imagine that you go into the company and then begin to say, oh, advocate for UX research related items within that your UI UX role. So I think maybe that might be an approach you could take, where you take those kind of roles, especially in startups, where you have the opportunity to do multiple, basically wear multiple hats, and then you can then do more user research related things, or kind of push for user research related items, and then you can then put that in your portfolio. Because I think also maybe one thing that might be missing is you don't have the UX research experience, right? Maybe, I don't know. So if you don't, then that might be a good way to start, because now you're saying, yes, I've worked in this company as a UI UX designer, and within that role, I was able to create the foundational research for this company, and we did X and we did Y. I'll give an interesting fact. So when I moved to Canada, right, Canadian Tire was looking for someone who had experience in design system. Personally, I don't like this. I'm not a design system designer. I don't like it. However, I was looking for a job. So if they say, can you do it? I say, yes, I can. So they were like, okay, you need to do a presentation, a portfolio presentation. So, but within AfriCrea, I had worn multiple hats. They did not have a design system. So I started with what I called a mini design system, because in itself, it wasn't a design system. It was more like a style guide that we just kept on adding to over a period of time, and then creating a system out of it. So it was somewhere in between a style guide and a burgeoning design system. So when they asked me if I had that experience, I said yes, and that was what I used for my design for the portfolio review, and I got the job. But I didn't take it anyways. But all that to say that maybe you can kind of use that approach where you get something else within the UI UX space, and then try to ensure that whatever you're advocating for research, and then that you can add to your portfolio and then get the next role. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. There's a question that says, thank you very much for the enlightening session. You're welcome. I noticed that while you were talking about yourself and you shared your first screen, that you are a content creator. How do you post on all of this constantly, especially for YouTube and other social pages, plus your job? For me, I think my content creation comes second. So my job is first, content creation comes second for now, because my job pays the bill until my social media starts paying the bill. Then I'll prioritize it. So I have in terms of the way I prioritize things. So for example, in July, I had a very hectic month at work. And I said, well, social media, it was nice doing business with you for 1 month, and I came back after that. So I know people say social media is not forgiving, and that's fine. But the thing is, you can ensure that, for me, I just balance it that way by knowing that my 9 to 5 comes first, and anytime I feel too much pressure, I can always kind of step away from my social media. But also I batch create content, especially for YouTube, right? You have 1 week at least where I sit down and shoot all the videos that I have kind of put together or planned the previous week. So the previous period. So yeah, and then I just kind of post it consistently over time. So yeah, that's it. You're welcome. Okay, I think that's it for me. You can find me on any of the social media platforms, and my handle is The Nook with Rosemary. So feel free to ask me any questions there if you have any. If you want to kind of see the more, because the visual design trend is 1 video, product design trend is a separate video. So if you want, and they're going to be posted on YouTube. So you can feel free to follow me on YouTube as well. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Grace. Was really exposed a lot of things, and I know a lot of people have already taken a lot of things out of this session. And one of the things I heard a lot, you get a job, you didn't take the job, so it means there are multiple options, and I know there are some persons that they've never gotten one yet, but nonetheless, it's just how you position yourself and are you able to understand what you want. Like the first person to ask the question, to be honest, I'm somebody that does SWOT analysis a lot. I do SWOT analysis a lot. So it's not understand your capacity and understand how you can expand your capacity with the kind of learning that you can take. So some persons might not even, you don't need to take everything at once. You just need to build up yourself from the least to the best. So you don't have to just consume everything, and you need to understand how your brain works. Because for instance, somebody like me, I know how to capture things faster, and I know how to I go after the easiest way to get things done. So you need to understand how that works for you and how you can niche down to become best. The thing is, the industry is so intertwined that when you understand how things work, it will be very easy for you to be able to learn when the updates are coming up. Just understand how things work. When you build your creative skill and you're creative enough, you understand how tools work. For instance, I told somebody that it's easy when you're transitioning. Probably you're a Photoshop person and you're coming into Figma. It will still be easy for you to learn Figma than somebody who doesn't even know what Photoshop is or any design tool, because the same pick tool is the same pick tool everywhere. The way all those software works, they are always intertwined to each other. So when you're learning something, or when you're trying to consume a lot of information at the same time, just make sure that you're taking it bit by bit. For instance, you're learning Protopie, or you're learning some things in prototyping. If somebody that has ideas of how animation works or motion graphics will find it easier than you who is just learning. So you need to know that. And once you've gotten how it works, when they bring a new animation interaction software, you will easily catch up with it. So you don't have to consume yourself in everything. And we know that 2025 is going to be good, but you just need to do your bit. Like I said, the job market is not smiling at designers. So you need to show that you are more than what you are. I mean, it's not smiling for entry level basically, but you need to show that you are more than what you are. Figma is not enough. At this moment, you should know that Figma is not enough. You need a lot of things. You need a lot of things to keep up with the market. The AI is coming, the Web3 is coming, everything is going, designing for accessibility, voice integration, motion integration, picture integration, all these things are coming in. And you need to understand that it's important that you as a designer, you need to position yourself properly for all these opportunities. Startups are emerging every day. Startups are emerging. People are developing products. Ideas are coming. People are getting seed fundings. Like a lot of things are just going on at the same time. And trust me, people look out for people. And that's why, like Femi said, networking is important. Strategic networking is important. So on these notes, we're going to be ending. We're so sorry we took a lot of time, but I just hope that it's didactic enough, and we've learned one or two things. If you've just learned one or two things, just drop in the comment section and just talk about, just say I've learned a lot, or just let them know that we've delivered value, you've gained value, we've also gained value. Everybody has gained value tonight. Or you can use the emoji or thumbs up or anything you can use. And I want to use this opportunity to appreciate everybody. I think I have I dropped my LinkedIn. I've been following a couple of persons. I've been connecting with you. You can also do same. And if I didn't connect with you, I'll just drop mine. I'll make sure that anybody that send me a connection message, I would always accept it. So we can just do that in a couple of minutes. And Grace, let me just try and look for your LinkedIn profile. Just give me a minute. Grace, Mary. Okay, Grace has also shared. Okay, sorry, I think you shared it to me. I don't know. Did I see your message right now? Okay, thank you very much. Grace, can you also share me your link? Don't worry, I think I have it. Yes, I have it already. So you can connect with them, you can connect with Grace, connect with myself, and I know people have dropped in there, so just connect with everybody. It's just good to build a community of people and always attend events. I'm so sorry, I'm just trying to pop this up. So is it Ireke Vlogs? Oh, okay, all right, so thank you so very much, guys. We do really appreciate you guys. Like I said, my name is Olawale Bamdele, founder of UX Drive. Like I said, a lot of things are happening. UX Foundry is doing something in January, which I think you should partake from. You can go to, let me just check UX Foundry LinkedIn, and you can be part of it. So we will need a slide. If you know you need the slides, just a thumbs up. So I will just plan for it. The slides, Femi slides, Grace's slides. If we need it, do we need it? So this is also for UX Foundry. You can check it out. UX Drive is on all platform. Is on LinkedIn, Instagram, X. And if you want to be part of it, just go to uxdrive.org. You can just pop. I think we'll stop taking members. I don't know. I think we've established it again. And for new designers who are just coming into design, and you're looking for where to take. I just saw this now. Let me just share it. Let me just even share it in just 1 minute. For those who's going to help, because I think we're going to be doing some updates around February. Just where is it again? Okay. So if you're a new designer and you want to, this is our community platform. You want to take. We're done with bootcamp. So you want to take design challenge. It's 30 days design challenge and it's 30 days prototype challenge. All you need to do if you want to take the 30 days, just need to sign in. You need to sign up before you can take it. And so 30 days, there's 30 days UI challenge, there's 30 days prototype challenge. For the 30 days prototype challenge is how it works. Everything is already there. Day 1, day 2, to day 30, but you need to take it daily. It won't allow you to do any of that. All you need to do is it's going to show you a tutorial on how to do it. For instance, this is how to create over button. Watch the tutorial, do the challenge, like create the prototype, submit online, and just come and click mark complete. Is it okay? Right, I think. So once you click, okay. So once you click mark complete, you can't do this the same day. It's not like you do it. You say it's not, you wait 24 hours. So you need to just click here. The video is going to show.
In this video, we're going to take a look at creating a.
So these are just for interaction challenge. I know we're used to UI design challenge. So all you just need to do is sign up on UX Drive, take it. And once you've done that, once you've started, you can go to your dashboard. I hope you can see my screen. You go to your dashboard, it's going to let you know you've started. This is your profile. It's going to let you know you started it. So you can check the ones you started. You can go to the challenge itself. So if it's 30 days prototype, it's going to show you. So and we did something. So the more you take it, it's going to let you know from here. And when you're fully done, there's going to be a badge and a certification that's going to be that you're going to download. So I just decided to share that for those who are going to be interested. All right, guys, thank you so very much for joining tonight. And we're just going to call it a day. We're going to see you guys in 2025. Updates are going to be happening, so you need to just follow on LinkedIn and every social media platform, and also in the community. We're going to roll up plans like we do we post our goals of every month. And so, but to be honest, let us take next year seriously as a designer. For UX Tribe, we'll have a lot of projects that is lined up for next year. We're going to do a lot of projects for people in Nigeria, and personally, I'm planning things for people in the UK. If you're in the UK here and like you're in the UK, United Kingdom, I don't know, you can just link up with me on LinkedIn or on Instagram. You understand? So to be faster, I don't take so much time. I have a couple of things I want to do in the UK as UX design community. All right, guys. So for those who probably didn't join the session in the beginning and just join now, let us go and watch on YouTube. It's live on my YouTube channel. So that is that about that. Thank you so very much, guys. Do have a wonderful night rest, and I'll see you at the top. And lastly, what is it called? My WhatsApp is open. If you're on the group on WhatsApp, you can always send me a DM. Bye.